What's up, everybody? Early, 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 early. I'm so sorry about not being here yesterday. I woke up with the worst brain fog, and I thought it might be COVID because I just traveled to LA. But I wasn't able to get any COVID tests immediately because there was another thing. But by the time I tested and see if I had COVID, um, I don't have COVID. But like, yeah, just you know, um, yeah, I had schmovid, which only lasts a very short time. I had ligma. That's right. Excuse me. Jesus, you are such a filthy drama whore, Benjamin Gilbert Liff. It's not even the scheduled stream start time, and you already have a pre-copy and pasted link and an explanation for why I have to get into TYT beef. Jesus, fuck. Um, hmm. Did you end racism while you were there? No, but I just noticed that I left the Slurpees on. 1 second. God damn it. You know, I got these does do any LA residents know what I'm talking about even though I don't remember the name? It's a very small like 2 block walkable shopping district um in Los Angeles. It's full of rather expensive places, mostly clothing stores, famous for celebrities shopping there. It has like a big fancy clock that it's famous for. No, it's not Rodeo. It starts with an L. I keep calling it Lafayette Square, even though it's not named after Lafayette. Um, okay, I'm not gonna get it here. I'm not gonna get it here. I bought some nice pants while I was there, and I wore these like cotton blend jeans. Um, which I'd never worn anything like it, and they were actually awesome. They were so comfy and looked really good. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Um, yeah, they weren't even that much for shopping in LA. Nice, Quoteth. No, your jeans are supposed to be 100% cotton. If they're 100% cotton, I think they're just sweatpants. I think that's the term. Americana or the Grove? No, no, it's I'm pretty sure it starts with like an L or something. Um and it's just 2 streets. Like it's just 2 streets to walk down, like 2 blocks. Like you can drive through it, but you know. As a fellow autist, you have big sensory issues. Yes. Um Most jeans are 100% cotton. Larchmont Village, Little Morphine Annie. Everyone give it up for Little Morphine Annie, the only worthwhile person in this shithole of a website chat. Hello. Thank you, Little Morphine Annie. Yes, Larchmont Village. Um, I was walking around with my parents, and I was stopping at some clothing stores because I think both of my parents are really amused by my gay little fashion arc, you know? Like I'm walking like I got this when I was in LA. I was walking around 3rd Street Promenade with them, and I was like, "Hey, I want to pick up some clothes." And then they were like, "Oh, haha, wow, it's so bright," you know? Um Anyway, and I went in there and it like just opened like 2 weeks ago. And I tried on the jeans and they fit really, really well. And then I bought them and the guy was like, "Yeah, here's my business card. If you ever want this shipped up to Seattle, just call the store and we'll ship it up for free." So they're like a fancy pants place. Um, yeah. Anyway, I like them. It wasn't that expensive. 120 or sorry, 120 for like a pair of designer or whatever jeans is seriously fine. The jeans, I have had one pair of black jeans for the past 6 years, up until a couple days ago. One pair of black jeans. They're Fidelity. I don't remember what their size is exactly, but I've been wearing those for 6 years, and they're torn to shit. And it's just so annoying to like jean shop. But I tried to buy new Fidelity. Yeah, and they never fit right. Well, I was fatter before, but whatever. I tried to find a new pair of Fidelity jeans, and they transitioned into a fucking luxury shop, and now it's 250. They were $80 when I got them before at like Macy's. I think with my mom. It was like 6 years ago, and my mom was like, "Okay, we have to make sure you have pants when you go to university." And I hate clothes shopping, or at least I used to hate clothes shopping. So my mom would be like, okay, well, plus my mom would pay anyway because I didn't have the fucking money um, for jeans. Are you kidding me? Um, but they were 80 then, and now they're like 250, and I'm not paying that. I mean, maybe if they were amazing, but you know, um, yeah, I generally think that like you should aim to have pants that fit your legs, like the taper of your legs, pretty well, whether you're a man or a woman. Obviously, women get away with wearing like leggings in public, which is, they have a slightly different expectation, I think, when it comes to how they handle that. But I saw this post recently from Derek Guy. You guys know Derek Guy. He's the guy who keeps posting about like men's formal wear, and he was posting about poofy pants. And I feel like there's a lot of value here, but I don't know how I would pull it off. Uh, I would have to like think about that. Hold on, let me find the post. Here we go. In my giant pant era, volume maxing, a total wide cell giving flowy vibes. And like there's a lot of value here. These guys are like metrosexuals, so I don't know if I can necessarily pull off this, but like or whatever the fuck this is. This is dope as hell, okay? This right here, this is when you're a fucking bancho at your local Japanese like like high school. This is when like you're Yu Yu Hakusho, and by day you fail classes, and by night you battle like yokai in the streets of Tokyo. You think this is ugly as sin, Vermin? This on the left? This is amazing. This is great. Um, but the problem is that these people are skinny, and I'm not. Even if I lost a ton of weight, I would never look like this. I'm barrel chested, whereas this person, I don't even know what their fucking gender is or sex with. Like Jesus Christ, models, you know. I think this looks cute. I think this could look cute at any size. This like poofy, like fancy, like pleated sweatpants kind of thing, dock worker vibes. Oh, speaking of like those vibes, you know what I saw with my parents? I saw the Steven Spielberg remake of God damn it, it's the famous play from the 50s or whatever. Um West Side Story. Yeah, I saw West Side Story, the remake. I actually liked it. I thought it was pretty good. That's true, Vermin. Guillermo does look amazing. Has anyone seen the Steven Spielberg remake of West Side Story? When I saw the original, and I was pretty young when I saw the original, I didn't even know the whole thing was about a race war. Like, I think I was so young that I didn't even know what Puerto Ricans were. So I guess I thought it was just like a neighborhood beef or something. I just, I don't think I picked up on the text of the original. It's Romeo and Juliet. It's kind of Romeo and Juliet, yeah. It's pretty good. Why do you want to dress like someone from the Great Depression? Whoa, wait, hold on. West Side Story remake. The Puerto Ricans in the West Side Story remake are unironically like top tier in how they dress, like unironically, and it would still work today, I think, with minor alterations. Okay, I'm telling you guys, all right, the Puerto Ricans are like modern day men's fashion advice, top tier, fucking, they're on their shit. Okay, look at these guys. These guys, if you were walking around LA or something and you saw a bunch of like muscly dudes in like thin, like short sleeve dress up or polo shirts tucked into like high waisted, fluffy dock worker pants or whatever, hell yeah, man. Absolutely. This is just how you dress in LA. Yeah, if you know what you're doing. Why does his face look photoshopped? Yeah, it kind of does, doesn't it? Yeah, El Drippo, exactly. I would love to be mugged by someone this colorfully dressed. Yeah. How do I look up a movie called Her? You know, want to dress like. Hold on. I saw this movie. But the people in Her are all miserable. Now, there's a huge difference between wearing a long sleeve that's rolled up and wearing a short sleeve. Though these are high-waisted. So, like, I don't know. There is a difference, though. There's a critical... Listen, it's complicated, okay? I don't make the rules. Can I get, like, a better photo of the Puerto Ricans? Sharks. Evidently not. Anyway, I thought it was good. Oh, you know what else I saw with my folks while I was down there? I saw, for the first time, because I hadn't seen it before, I saw, The Manchurian Candidate. I knew what it was about, and I've referenced it plenty of times, but I hadn't actually seen The Manchurian Candidate, and I gotta say, it's pretty good. You know? Like, I knew what it was about. I didn't know that it was a good movie, because they hadn't really invented the concept of movies back then. They were just kind of winging it. It was a good movie. Yeah, the OG. Yeah, the original. Yeah, from the 62. I'd have to look for them, and it was hard to find anything. Her movie, you know? It's hard to find anything on Google. What about the Puerto Rican women in West Side Story? Yeah, they look great. I don't know if I want to dress that way, though. Didn't that movie invent the term brainwashing? I mean, they reference the term brainwashing in that movie as though it's a new term. I don't know if they invented it. Maybe they, like, popularized it? What do you mean 40s to 60s had the best movies? I don't know if that's true, actually. I don't know if that's true. The remake was pretty good. Never saw the original. I highly recommend the original. I think one of the nice thing about the original, okay, the thing that I've noticed about old movies is that they hadn't really figured out how to do dialogue yet. Because it seems like in a lot of older movies, they're acting like theater stage actors, but in front of a camera, which means that they'll do this like over-the-top stage acting that would normally be for people in the nosebleed seats, you know? Except they've got a camera right on them, so it looks really over-the-top and performative, which is a stylistic choice, but it's not one they adhere to consistently because there's a lot of like naturalist realism and other elements of how they present stuff, and it comes across like people just don't know how to talk like normal people. That's not always the case, but that's the feeling that I get. And then in the Manchurian Candidate, I feel like they did a really, really, really good job of hitting that tone right. Because of the like spy, paranoia, intrigue feel of the movie, it seems like everything can be interpreted as a double meaning. It's very, very good. I've seen Lawrence of Arabia. Yeah, I've watched all movies that have blackface in them, actually. Brown face, I guess. To learn how bad it was. To learn that it was bad. Lawrence of Arabia is my favorite movie. It's a good movie. Yeah, it's a good movie. I didn't know Lawrence of Arabia had brown face. Wait, really? The main leader of the was it Arabs? It's been a while since I've seen it. I forget which ethnic group. Is a white guy. They painted his face brown. So this guy, right? It's been ages since I've seen Lawrence of Arabia. Do you think we could get like the opposite of a white savior film where a fish out of water like brown guy shows up in like historical white society and fixes everything for them? I think that'd be cool. I think we should do that. I think the closest equivalent we have to that I've seen is Yasuke, right? The one black samurai, but that's not even that really. That's just there was a black samurai. Dune is an inversion of the white savior story. Yes, it is. But not because brown people save everything. It's because white people destroy everything. Well, white-coded people, I think. Aren't there non-white members of House Iraq? I forget. But it's obvious what's going on there. Excuse me. Is the magical black man stereotype kind of that? Nah, the magical black man, which is the term's magical negro, that's the name of the trope. But that trope is more about like the white hero is encountering adversity when a mystical black person shows up with like knowledge of nature or the arcane and help solve a problem of theirs, you know? Excuse me. It's like a specific thing, you know? Yeah, they can't be the protagonist. They have to be the would Princess and the Frog count? Nah, because in that case most of the people in that story are black. Um it's 13th Warrior is the closest I can think of to an inverted white savior story. Okay, I don't know about it. I think I've heard about it, but I don't know about it. Excuse me. Yeah, it's a type of noble savage trope, right? Where black people or brown people are allowed to be forces of good, but only in this like esoteric way that's detached from civilization. Like when white people are good, it's because they're noble or organized or competent or civilized. And then when black or brown people are helpful, it's because their connection to nature gives them some kind of special knowledge that helps the white person. That's the trope. Excuse me. It happens a lot. It's a pretty common trope, you know? I'll look up the 13th Warrior, I promise. Yes, Morgan Freeman has done this a lot. Django? How is this what? You're just saying any is that just the first movie that came to your head that has a black person in it? First of all, Django is the protagonist, not like a side character. And second of all, he doesn't use mystical knowledge, he uses guns. In a way, Django is actually a direct inversion of that magical black man trope. Because he, rather than using knowledge outside the purview of the white man to help a white protagonist, he loses a white protagonist in his pursuit of using the white man's civilized weaponry against the white man. You know? So in a way, it's the exact opposite. Rather than being something outside of white society that uses his own knowledge to help a white protagonist is lost as he uses the system within white society to destroy white society. It's the opposite in almost every way. And it's good. Django is good. He exploits white society, no? Well, he exploits guns. Another coup in Africa today? Must be a Tuesday. Or Wednesday? Wednesday. I think it's Wednesday. This fool always talking about Django? I think it's a good movie. Yeah, I think it's a good movie. When you said magical black man, this is what you mean, right? Okay, I know what this is. Yeah, this is like a parody of it. Mr. T is wise gender. Yes, that's it takes a lot of forms, okay? But yes. Not just guns, he exploits the cravings for mandingos and slaver culture. Yeah. I mean, it's a good movie. Guys, 50 of you have said Mitch McConnell's frozen up. I know. Holy shit. Literally, 3 of you just post. I should start banning you guys. I don't know. If you have something you want to share with the class, check to see if it's already been posted. I'm always looking at chat. All of chat is invisible. If you're in chat, to post in chat, you can scroll up in chat. Or you don't have to scroll up. It was there in the... right there. But we aren't looking at chat. We're looking at stream. You have to look at chat to post in chat. Jesus. And the stream has chat on it. You get used to it, Hordo. All right. Well, we've done a lot of faffing about. Let's conclude this faffing about with one final faff, okay? I'm gonna get Benjamin. Benjamin, I'm not kidding. You cut that shit out. Jesus. All right. We're gonna talk about Minecraft for 5 minutes. I'm gonna complain for a second, okay? Why the fuck is it so difficult to build a Spanish villa. It's the one thing that I want to do. It's the one thing that I want to do, and I can't do it because the blocks aren't there for it, okay? The blocks aren't there for it. They're just not. They're not there for it. It's so frustrating. I've seen some people doing build examples. I've seen some people doing build examples on online, but it's all they use like shaders, and I'm using the default, and I don't want to use shaders. Okay, so obviously the design here is trash, but we're proof of concepting. These are white concrete blocks. Notice how these suck. There's no texture for one, and for two, there's a blue tint. Spanish villas should not have a blue tint. They should have a yellow tint. This isn't right. Okay, it's not right. It's not correct. But then, if we go to creative, I'm trying to figure out what combination of blocks looks good, and I just can't find it. This is polished quartz, bone blocks, that'll be fun to farm, and the mushroom stems, the white mushroom stems. And that's getting there with like sandstone as a highlight. That's getting there. But like, well, there's no light here. And then I'm trying to use sandstone as a base because that's so much easier to work with. And that's bone block, sandstone, rough sandstone, or whatever. But I think that looks worse. I think this looks best. Diorite? No, diorite doesn't look good. Diorite doesn't work because it's a block. See? It's a distinct block. Spanish villas are made of the adobe material. There's no distinct brick or block. I feel like this is as close as I'm going to get, but I'm not satisfied. Regular brick? That's not what the material is. White carpet material? What? Do you mean white wool? That's just too white. What are you going for? Spanish villa! Terracotta white? You're so dumb. You think I haven't done this? Terracotta white isn't white. Not only can you not make stairs or whatever out of it, but it's like pink. And that's not right. I just need like an off yellow, like the bone block. But the problem with the bone block, in addition to it being fucking annoying to farm, is that you can't use it at edges because you have to run it sideways, and then you have this pinking, like, fucking poking out. Dude, it looks great. It doesn't look... I hate you. Use a gradient, use all of them? No. Put it up and down at the end? What are you talking about? The edge of a red mushroom. What? Okay. Okay, wait. Hold on. I'm willing to entertain a concept here. Hold on. I'm willing to entertain a concept. Well, hold... It's a little too spongy, don't you think? It's a little too spongy, I think. It's something. Well, here. Yeah, I'd say it's too spongy. It's too spongy. Not a bad idea, though. Well, what about the brown mushroom interior? Is that a thing? This, same thing. And brown mushrooms on their own are... Actually, weirdly enough, I think the brown mushrooms on their own would be perfect. If they were whiter. Like, the texture is perfect. See? Like, that texture, if it was whiter, would actually be flawless, I feel. What's the problem with the different sandstones? I just don't think it looks right. Don't you guys agree? I think it looks better. I'm not making a texture pack, guys. Stop. The whole difficulty of building in Minecraft is working with the limitations of the blocks that you're given. I don't like the idea of circumventing that by just stripped logs. No, it can't look like wood. None of these even are remotely white enough. Wait, what's the difference between stripped logs and stripped wood? No, no, nah, 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 nah. Calcite? Nope. Also would be difficult to farm. But, actually, well, you know, in a kind, like, the texture is not horrible. I agree it's too textured. But it could be a lot worse. I mean, of the options we have available here, I feel like it's pretty clear that this one is the best one. But, like, if you see it in daytime... Guys, it's creative. How do I set it to daytime? What do I do? Cool. During the daytime, you can see it's just very jarring, don't you think? I wish I could do it out of sandstone, but it just doesn't look right. Just doesn't look right. The white for the columns looks the most accurate. Yeah, that's polished quartz. The problem is that here, let me close this out because we should do politics. Yeah. While feeling sick the other day, this is what I was working on to absolutely no fucking avail. But like the 5,000 people watching this, good lord. I had this video open, and this looks, hold on. And this looks really good. And what I was trying to do was replicate this block combination, because this looks really fucking good. But it's all the texture pack. Or shaders or whatever. See this? This wall is made of the same shit that the wall that I showed you was made out of. I don't actually think it's a texture pack, I just think it's shaders. But the shaders bleach everything white with the super ultra fucking mega sun. So like all of those jarring tones kind of bleed together, and it looks really good now, you know? And like this looks so good, but like fuck, what is the point of showing like a build if you're going to do it with a shader? Like shouldn't the point be like, oh, this will look good no matter what, and then you can build out from that? Just get the shaders? No, I don't want the shaders. Like if you add a fuck ton of fucking Unreal 5 bloom to everything, then because everyone uses shaders, Minecraft without shaders is unplayable? No, it's not. This is unplayable. Look how bleached everything is. Jesus. Use white concrete? Shut up. Please, Vosh, you can modify all the light parameters, not in ways that would address the jarring dissonance of the blocks. Oh, it looks so good. Oh, I'm so mad. Oh, it looks so good. Hermitcraft has some phenomenal build tricks. You know what? Fuck it. Sure. I'm not going to do it on stream, but I'll look up this Hermitcraft individual and see if I can learn anything. I just want to build... I don't see any channel called Hermitcraft. Yeah, I think that's dumb as shit. Of course you can make something look good if you use, like, shaders and fucking texture packs and blah, blah, blah. The difficulty is making something that looks good despite not having those things. It's multiple people? God damn it. It's an SMP? Why would I know that? Why would you think? Why? Oh, I'm just gonna like name someone on YouTube. Oh, dude, bro, idiot. It's an SMP. Why would I know that? Try Gryan? Okay. There. If I don't see something that says Spanish Villa when I look through this earlier, I'm deleting my YouTube channel. It's okay, Senius. I'm just, yeah. Okay. Do snow blocks work? No, they have way too much of a blue tint. Okay. We got a lot to do, dipshits. We got a lot to do. Oh, we got a lot. If you guys remember correctly, over the past week, we've seen introductions of rules and policy from the NLRB, which would probably make this the most pro-union presidency in a century. Without exaggeration. I mean, I don't want to get into the details again, but like the changes that have been made and proposed, we'll see if they get challenged in court or destroyed or taken down or whatever. But so far, it looks like for some reason we have seen this ridiculous upsurge, both in on-the-ground union activity and in the aiding and abetting of the Biden administration. And well, the NLRB isn't directly from Biden, of course. They, certainly work in tandem on this. I have no doubt of that. There has been some significant stuff brewing. Something nefarious for the bourgeoisie is afoot. Folks, the Department of Labor, and this is Biden, the Department of Labor has officially proposed raising the overtime threshold. Currently, if you make over $35K a week, or sorry, it's not a week, $35K a year, you aren't eligible for time and a half for working over 40 hours a week. So basically, if you make enough money to survive off of the streets, you are not eligible for time and a half. This rule would up that threshold by, about 50%, a little over 50% to everyone making under $55,000. So, significantly increasing the number of people who are automatically eligible for time and a half for working over 40 hours a week. Now, does this single-handedly solve the wealth gap? No, but man, that is big, and that's going to help a lot of people. Huge change. But it's not just this. The NLRB proposals and rule changes are also setting the stage for what might be the biggest surge in labor advocacy in American history, at least over the past century. So, obviously, we all know about the SAG-AFTRA strike, and that's been huge. Did you know that in addition to that, the United Auto Workers Union has been pushing for some insane, like 5 trillion IQ proletarian BS? A 32-hour work week, a 4-day work week is on the list of demands from the United Auto Workers. That's over 100,000 people. And as I understand it, the UAW union representative has been acting in a fashion most proletarian. Union rep. The UAW union rep has been just full on screaming about how it's the workers' time to get their pay. Here, let me see if I can get this guy. Hold on. UAW union leader Sean Fain. Okay, this Sean Fain was the guy that one hack was complaining about being a Marxist, right? Remember we watched the segment, the econ guy. He's the meme econ guy, the angry one, and he's like, this guy's a Marxist. I've heard of over 50. Yeah, Kramer. Yeah. I've heard of over 50 styles of Marxism, and this guy is trained in Marxist dojos all across the. Yeah, that's this guy. Okay. Just a moment. Let me get this guy on screen. Sean Fain.
Sean, the big question I think on a lot of
great audio
specifically is this room, we know all the national issues, but also Louisville Assembly Plant and the future product there, and what role that plays in this contract negotiation. So what can you tell us about what members should expect for LAP coming out of this?
I mean, job security is one of our biggest issues, always is going into bargaining. So the plants that, we don't know, down the line what's lined up for them, it's our job to bargain for products so that we keep that going. The workers deserve product. I mean, the fruits of their labor, have generated these massive profits. So that's...
You can tell from the way he talks. This is why. You can tell.
One high expectation we have for the companies is that when new product's coming in, or when one product's going out, that we find a replacement for it and keep these plants going. They owe it to us.
Do you have a sense of what the product might be?
No, I don't. But we'll get into that. Through bargaining, we'll secure that in bargaining. So.
It seemed like Todd sort of drew a line, though, that...
This goes on for a while. A lot of it's specific to the industry. I just wanted to, because when you listen to this guy talk, yeah, you can hear the Soviet anthem playing behind him, except, of course, the Soviets actually killed labor advocates, so, what are you going to do? Look at this, okay? Look at this. If you want to know about how based he is, you need to read about him from his opposition, like how Kramer's screaming about how he's like a level 10 trillion Marxist or whatever. UAW President Shawn Fain is playing with dynamite. The union's goal should be achieved through creative but hard-nosed collective bargaining, not with attacks on the automakers in ways that can hurt them in the workplace. Shawn Fain, the new president of the union, is really ramping up the anti-automaker rhetoric. In the press and on social media, he accuses auto executives of being greedy. Oh, God forbid anyone accuse auto executives of being greedy. He calls them the enemy. He tells his members they have to prepare to go to war. One of his VPs even said they need to punch management in the mouth. In my 40-plus years of covering the automotive industry, I've never seen the union's leadership adopt such a confrontational approach. It's pretty clear they're itching for a fight. The UAW is rolling out a litany of demands and complaints against the automakers. They all boil down to one simple message. The greedy execs want to screw their workers so they can make more profits. God forbid somebody accuse the automotive industry executives of wanting to screw their workers so they can make more profits. That's one of Fain's favorite attacks. The Detroit Three have been raking in record profits, while his poor members have seen their income shrink. Except that's not true. Let's take these record profits, for example. Yes, it's true the automakers have greatly improved their bottom line since coming out of bankruptcy, but that's not saying much. Last year, Ford actually lost $2.1 billion. GM's net profit was a paltry 6%, while Stellantis only made 9%. Let's take a look really quickly at their profits, okay? Ford profits quarter. You might notice that he's not saying what their profits are. Here's a press release from the Ford Media Center. Everything going up. Quarterly revenue rises 20% year over year to $41.5 billion. $1.8 billion in net income compares to years ago net loss of $3.1 billion. Adjusted EBIT of da-da-da. Ford Pro EBIT nearly triples. Double EBIT doubles to $2.6 billion. Da-da-da-da-da. They're making record profits. This is, it's so funny how the people who complain about the kind of ball-busting union advocate, like Shawn Fain, the kinds of people who complain, they just make their arguments for them, how can you say the automotive industry is greedy? They're only making billions, and their executives are only, hold on, Ford CEO pay. Just right off. Ford Motor Co. CEO Jim Farley received nearly $21 million in total compensation. Oh, wait, hold on. Down 8% from what he pocketed the year prior. Okay. Okay, sorry. I know. It's hard. It's hard. Anyway, in case you're wondering whether or not it's just Shawn Fain or if he has the entirety of the UAW behind him, the vote to strike for the 140,000 workers was 97%. So basically, the entirety of the UAW is on board. We haven't had this much of a surge of labor advocacy since the turn of the century, and it's not even close. It's not even close to being close to being close. You know, this is as close as we have ever been to the days of union bosses, anarchists, and socialists screaming in the streets. And you know, this is phenomenal because economic anxiety is a catalyst for extremism, and you can go in two directions, really. You know, liberalism decays unless constantly reinvigorated through consolidation, both social and economic. And when it decays, you know, like a nuclear particle, you know, it can form something else. It can be a fascism, it can be socialism, or it can be third positionism, which is just fascism with a funnier name. But this is a socialist sentiment. I mean, Sean Fain is just explicitly talking in Marxist terms when describing the relationship between the worker and the owner. There's none of this shaking hands over the aisle, working with the executives of the Detroit Three to bring about better outcomes for the workers. He's pretty clear on who he thinks the enemy is, and he's right. You know, he's right. And that brings us to why I have a problem with the UAW's scathing attacks on the Detroit Three. This rhetoric is bad for business and the industry. This is always the Omega Cope, bootlicking piece of shit default answer to worker advocacy. Treating our workers better, giving them a living wage, giving them a fair chunk of the pie, a slice of the pie, whatever, chunk of the pile, is going to hurt our industry. It's going to be too hard. We're only America, you know, the wealthiest country on the planet, and these auto companies are only worth billions and billions of dollars and posting record profits. Now, I want to be clear. I want the automotive industry to die, all right? And when it dies, I want the vultures picking off its carcass to be the workers who did the work, not the executives. I think the time for these businesses is short. And as long as they continue to exist, I want them to be a wealth extraction engine for the people who actually do the work. For as long as this is a thing, they are the ones who should be benefiting. No Fed posting. I don't have a problem with the union wanting to get more money for its people. I'm all for UAW workers getting good raises this fall. I'm all for reducing the time it takes for new temporary hires to transition to full-time status and get top wages. I'm even in favor of more profit sharing, and I think they should be protected from inflation. Oh, did you guys know that after the 2008 financial crisis, when the automotive industries collapsed, prior to that point, UAW members had a guarantee in their contracts that their salaries would increase with inflation automatically without renegotiation. And they gave that up after 2008 because the poor automotive industries were hurting so bad they just couldn't afford to give the workers inflation increases. And since then, they have bounced back and are posting record profits. And for some reason, now that the automotive companies are making a fuck ton of money again, they didn't just automatically give that inflation protection back, if you can believe it. They didn't just return it like they said they would when they took it away. Oh, and in case you were wondering, John McElroy, pictured above left, is the president of Blue Sky Productions, which produces Autoline Daily and Autoline After Hours. So this guy isn't a regular writer, he's an executive. I wonder why he was writing this. Like, it's like, who is writing this screed about how the greed of the working man is going to tear apart the automotive industry? And then it's like John D. Moneybucks over here, a balding white guy who looks like he's born in a suit, who's like fucking CEO of 6 businesses or some shit. Jesus Christ. The greed of the working man. What other kinds of articles does this guy publish? The 7 Secrets to Tesla's Success. Jesus. Finding his LinkedIn profile because I hate this man. Prove you're a real person. Use the arrows to rotate the animal to face the direction of the hand. I've never seen that one before. I feel like AI would have trouble with that one. Oh my God. Wait, on his LinkedIn profile, there's another article here. I have to look. Most people don't know I was once a UAW worker, and I've got some suggestions as to how the union and the Detroit Three can put more money into. No, please. Oh no, I want to know, please. I want his suggestions. Ah, there's a video right there. Hold on. I need to see. Okay, it should be John McElroy or possibly Blue Line, because that's the name of his media group. I support the UAW. That's what it says there. Oh, we have multiple videos. I can't find the one of him supporting it or whatever. John McElroy criticizes UAW leader Sean Fain. Yes! Seethe.
Are just a few days into national contract talks, and the newly elected UAW president, Sean Fain, has changed the entire landscape with his very public assessments of how the car companies are treating line workers. Business editor Rod Maloney tells us tonight this has everyone's attention when it comes to possible strikes.
As the UAW talks get underway in earnest, there is strike concern, as in
Rod Maloney, and he looks like this, and he's in Detroit. Unbelievable.
perhaps a strike against all of the domestic three at the same time. Sean Fain hasn't overtly said that, but he certainly has left the door open for that as a tactic, which is deeply concerning to longtime Detroit area auto analyst John McElroy, who warns that this kind of incendiary rhetoric is unwelcome, unprecedented,
so true, Thana.
Dangerous.
Why is his tie? What? I didn't realize his tie's tucked into his belt. Look at that. What? Is this Detroit fashion? First of all, how is your tie coming below your waistline? And second of all, what? Is it windy? Then let it blow.
Unprecedented and dangerous.
I have no problem with the UAW wanting to get more wages.
But
I'm totally in favor of them doing that.
But McElroy says this kind of anti-domestic three stump speech is uncalled for.
They talk about the workers being their family, but at the end of the day, their actions show that they don't give a damn about their family. They're not family. They don't give a crap about our workers.
Not given to similar overstatement, this week McElroy published this piece in Ward's Auto World, saying Sean Fain is playing with dynamite.
Who wants to buy a car from a company, as he says, screws their employees?
Wait, you short-sighted myopic workers, don't you realize? Don't you realize? Pointing out that you're being mistreated will hurt your own business that you work for. Fucking ghoul.
Who wants to go work for a company even?
Oh, well, I don't know. Maybe you should treat him better. That's a great question.
He calls the enemy. This is damaging to the industry. This could hurt Detroit.
McElroy says the modern auto industry is hugely competitive and a far cry from the sit-down strike days, pointing out the foreign automakers now own more than 50% of the North American market share and make millions of vehicles a year with non-union labor.
Interestingly, this is actually just a modern globalist equivalent of the century-old arguments about foreign laborers taking people's jobs. The essential argument is like, hey, if you, 150 years ago, it's like, hey, if you unionize here in America, okay, but that means you'll be more expensive to hire, and that means, Eduardo from fucking Mexico or whatever, because we just finished the fucking Spanish-American War or something, is going to come up from Mexico, and they're going to take your job, and you're going to be real racist about it. And now it's like, oh, well, we can't unionize our workers because that means we'll be outperformed by, non-unionized foreign labor. It's always, dude, the logic of the capitalist and of labor suppression never changes. It is always, hey, listen, we can't treat you better because of brown man. Blame brown man, not us. Not us. Blame brown man. Brown man bad, not us. We not responsible for take away all benefits and joy and money. We didn't do all of these things. We didn't gamble on subprime mortgage loans back in 2008. We didn't take away your insurance against inflation. We didn't like cut your pay. We didn't do all this bad stuff. Brown man. Brown man bad. Brown man. Brown man.
Speaking so openly to membership this way may help at the bargaining table, but it could also cause serious damage on the car lot.
If a strike or the way he's attacking the companies hurts them in the marketplace, the foreign automakers are going to take more market share. And guess what? That's going to result in fewer UAW jobs.
The idea that the industry is hurt by unions is just not wrong. The idea that like automotive executives or executives in general are perfect stewards of their businesses is just wrong. They are idiots, they are children, and they strip mine companies to enrich themselves. Not wrong? Whatever you think I said the other thing, okay? I don't know. I misspeak all the time. This isn't new. Executives strip mine companies. They will destroy the company for short-term profit, and then they will run away. They will do everything in their power to maximize short-term benefits so they can earn the approval of the shareholders, and then they will dip. The idea that so like, here's the thing, guys. Very often, shareholders and CEOs are only along with a company for long enough to get their golden parachute. They're there for 5, 10, 15 years, but they know as long as they improve revenue in the short term, they get to jump away with tens or even hundreds of millions in bonuses for their short-term greed. But if you're a UAW worker, you might be there for life. That might be your career. At no point as a union worker do you benefit from the company being hurt in the long term for your short-term benefit. There is no golden parachute. They are not materially incentivized to engage in short-term greedy behavior. They have neither the power nor the incentive to do it. So the idea that unionizing a company makes it weaker is just not true. It's not true. It is not true.
McElroy believes if a strike goes
I don't care. Oh, here's this video on how he actually supports the UAW up to a point. Yeah, from the Autoline Network.
Automakers at a competitive disadvantage to all the non-automotive.
I hate you,
and
I
today
hate you, I
wanna
hate
weigh
you, I
in
hate you, I hate you, I
again
hate you, I
on
hate
the
you, I hate you.
UAW contract negotiations.
What's the counter to companies going offshore for cheaper labor? Don't let them. Seriously, just the law. Like if you want, like, well, why not have every business ever just run over to like fucking South Sudan to get all of their labor done by slaves? The law. Also, there are benefits to doing industrial manufacturing here in the United States. Like, you know, especially when it comes to car manufacturing. One of the reasons why car manufacturing tends to be done in countries like America, Japan, whatever, and not countries like, say, China as much, is because this isn't a fucking textile factory. The cost of textile manufacturing is the labor. The cost of automotive manufacturing is in large part engineering, factory maintenance, and like the materials, you know? Now, material cost doesn't really change where you are. Obviously, we might have to ship it around the world, but like, labor in China is far cheaper than labor in America, but the price of steel, I mean, there's a difference, sure, but it's less of one. There is a benefit to having high-tech industrial production here. Like, for instance, why do you think Taiwan is the world center of microchip manufacturing? Oh, well, why don't they go over to South Sudan where slaves can do the microchip? Because they can't do the microchips, can they? Slaves can't do microchips. Also, you can't really have a microchip factory in a struggling, war-torn, poverty-stricken region. Doesn't really work that way. That kind of manufacturing is most effective when it's like textile work. It requires a lot of hands-on stuff that can't be automated that well, and the materials are cheap, so when there's breakage, it's expected and not a huge issue. You don't want that with cars, and you don't want that with microchips. So, no, there is a benefit to keeping automotive production here in the United States, again, for as long as automotive production is a thing. I would much rather UAW workers be working on, like, green energy cell production, you know? Have them be making, like, wind turbine blades. Have them be making solar energy panels, whatever. There's a million things you can make that aren't cars. Bring the factories back home, baby. Yeah, I'm fine with American manufacturing. Hell yeah. We should have our own microchips. We should have our own factories. We just have to know what to produce, and we have to treat the workers well.
I've got some suggestions on how the union and GM, Ford, and Stellantis can put more money into workers' paychecks without driving up overall labor costs. I think it's going to take some creative thinking to boost pay without making the car companies less competitive.
No, it won't. You just raise the pay. That's all. No, it won't. Pretty easy, actually. Just raise the pay.
I hope both sides are open to some outside suggestions. But let me start out by saying, I think that UAW hourly work
See, like, look at this right here. You can understand the difference
suggestions.
between work like this and, like, a textile plant, right? Textile factory, Bangladesh. There's a reason why these plants tend to exist in, like, because in order to have a car manufacturing plant, you can't just have, like, a big building people go into and then they load the clothing up onto a truck and leave. In order to assemble a car, you need, like, really high-tech steel production, casting factories, you need rail lines to move everything. The lines of production it takes to have, like, a system for building cars, you generally want to do that in, like, a pretty developed country, you know? It's not this.
Well, let me start out by saying, I think that UAW hourly workers should get decent raises. I don't think anyone would argue that working class people have seen.
They reckon the future of textiles will largely be 3D printer and a cutter. I don't think so. People have been predicting the full automation of textiles for literally over a century, and it just hasn't happened. We have looms and we have, like, sewing machines. The problem is that there are so many subtle differences in the weave of fabric that you almost always need a human to make on-the-spot adjustments and corrections in order to address for the tiny alterations that a machine just couldn't keep up with. A 3D printer wouldn't be able to do this job any better. Like, why do you think your t-shirts are made by children in Bangladesh as opposed to a factory somewhere in China, you know? The reason for that is because you need hands on that. Like, there are ways to do it with machines, especially for some sort of, some types of clothing, but it's a very difficult field to automate.
Their incomes flatline over the last couple of decades. And I think most of you would agree that the people at the top have seen their incomes increase dramatically.
I would agree.
I don't buy the argument that we're involved in class warfare, but I do think it's time that we raise the floor for the people who are on the bottom rungs of the ladder.
The goal of people like this is essentially like the economic equivalent of Richard Spencer, where his job is to protect the interests of the radical, like, oppressor, but to do so in this, like, covered language that's meant to front the idea of civil discourse. Like, hey, I'm just positing the idea of a white ethno-state and the idea of, like, self-determination. I don't agree with any of this, like, racism talk, you know? I'm just positing the idea. Meanwhile, he's like, okay, well, sure, you know, the executives are making record profits and people are struggling and barely afford to eat and fucking pay rent or whatever. But I don't think it's class warfare, even though all the people on the top have been consistently for decades making rules that hurt people on the bottom, you know? I do think it's class warfare when a UAW representative says that automotive executives are the enemy. I don't think it's class warfare after a century of exploitation.
Well, no, I love automotive history, so I've got a historical perspective in this. In 1913,
the term here is class collaborationism.
Ford Motor Company started paying its employees $5 a day. It was an unprecedented amount of money at the time, and it made headlines all around the world. When I was in grade school, our history books bragged about how America paid its workers better than anyone else. Well, guess what? If you adjust that $5 a day into today's money, it works out to about $19 an hour.
Isn't class collaborationism fascism, Vosh, or at least a major tenet of it? Yeah, it is. And this is one of the reasons why, I say that fascism is capitalism in decay. Because one of the power structures that tends to survive capitalism into fascism is A, the bourgeoisie, and B, the idea that, hey, listen, man, you may have issues with the super wealthy, and maybe there's something to talk about there, but don't you think you should shut up about it? Like, that's fundamentally, you know? So, like, the idea of, like, supplanting class antagonism in favor of something else, in his case, he's doing it a little bit more directly, too, because he's effectively saying, like, hey, we can't do class antagonism because the foreigners are always watching with their ununionized labor, you know? We can't be weak in the face of all this ununionized labor.
In other words, automakers are now paying their temporary and entry-level employees less money than they did over a century ago. And that ain't right, man. Here's another historical perspective, and this one's personal. I worked my way through college. The thought of borrowing money to pay for tuition never even occurred to me. I went out and got summer jobs to make the money I needed to pay for a college education. One summer, I worked at the Ford Rouge plant as a member of UAW Local 600, and the next summer, I worked at Ford's Livonia transmission plant as a member of UAW Local 182. That was back in the early 1970s. Inflation adjusted to today, I was making $62 an hour, not including any benefits.
Seeth. Everyone, are you seething right now? Think of how easy the boomers had it. Literally, like, summer internship, make it like, yeah, oh, you want to buy a house? That'll be $20,000. Yeah, they all could do this, and we could still do it today. This was the product of an economy, like a pre-Reagan economy. Then Reagan fucked everything. And now, like, you will never get to own a house.
So I am a real live example that UAW workers are making less than they did decades ago. Unfortunately for the UAW, it doesn't have a very good public perception, especially since so many top officials, including the past 2 presidents, ended up in prison on corruption charges.
I don't know what the details are of this, but the idea of a Detroit-based automotive union leader being sent to prison makes a lot of sense to me. For corruption charges, absolutely. I feel like that's like part of the, that's like the aesthetic. Are you really a Detroit-based union leader if you haven't been sent to prison for corruption charges? Mr. Dubois, I would never suggest that you, a member of the police, turn a blind eye towards the behaviors and, let's say, alleged racketeering at this outfit. Have a seat, would you, officer? Yeah, like...
But I can tell you from personal experience that the vast majority of UAW workers are good people who take a lot of pride in the work they do. All during the COVID pandemic, they showed up for work. They had to stand in single file lines, hundreds of people long, to go into the plants at the beginning of every shift to get their forehead scanned to see if anyone had a fever. And they had to wear masks inside the plants for their full 8-hour shifts.
Oh, okay.
Even if they went to the bathroom. And yet they showed up for work every single day. They're loyal. That's why I think they deserve double-digit raises. And
okay, well, I think that's nice.
Protection from inflation and more profit sharing. And it shouldn't
Four-day work week? They want a 4-day work week too.
Take 8 years to transition from temporary worker to full-time employee.
Oh yeah, a big part of the automotive industry right now is that it's like, hey, you get all these great benefits if you're a full-time employee of these car companies. Sorry, however, we only have space for people who work 39.5 hours a week, and you're going to be like this for a decade. There are so many American businesses that will tout like great benefits for their full-time workers, but nobody ever gets to be a full-time worker. In America, there are rights you're guaranteed if you get like a full-time like hours, you know? So they'll just keep you from it.
One thing that is working for the union's favor is the labor shortage. GM Ultium just agreed to bump the pay for its battery workers from $16.50 an hour to over $20 an hour. You know why? You can't hire people at $16.50 an hour to work in factories. They can make that kind of money at McDonald's. GM was facing horrific turnover because people were quitting almost as fast as they were hired. Last year, Ford converted 3,000 of its temporary employees to full-time status. Why? Because turnover was 50%. It takes a lot of time and effort to hire people and then train them. And Ford found it was cheaper to make them full-time and pay full wages because that stopped all the turnover. By the way, that's exactly the reason why Ford started the $5 day in 1913, because people were quitting their jobs by the thousands, but they could not walk away from making $5 a day. But even though I believe that UAW workers deserve good raises, I think Shawn Fain is unrealistically raising expectations. He's publicly demanding things that the Detroit Three can't possibly agree to. In fact, he wants to restore the kinds of legacy costs that helped drive GM and Chrysler into bankruptcy and brought Ford right to the brink.
Wait, what legacy costs? Subprime mortgage gambling? Is that, wait, it was, and it's part of Fain's proposals is like, you must trade on subprime mortgages packaged in AAA. What? Are we talking about the 2008 financial crash? Or are we talking about like the Rust Belt, like when manufacturing left the States? What are we talking about here?
Full pensions, retiree health care, and the jobs bank. If the automakers agreed to that, Wall Street would immediately advise investors to dump their stock, and the credit agencies would immediately downgrade their credit ratings. You would see tens of billions of dollars of market capitalization vaporize overnight.
This is another way that the entire like universe is skewed against the worker. If ever a company does something that's worker friendly, investors get spooked and the company's value depreciates significantly in many cases. But nothing of meaningful value has actually been lost. Like a car company could continue to produce and sell exactly as many cars as before, a complete like no change whatsoever in the functionality or social utility or income of a company. But because investors get spooked, everyone perceives that company to be doing worse. And the only people it's doing worse for are the investors, because the investors are the ones who lose money when the share price of a company drops, not the workers, not even necessarily the managers or even the owner. I mean, obviously most owners are paid in shares as well, but not necessarily in all cases. He mentioned bus drivers earlier, and I wanted to add that I've been seeing a bunch of stories lately about there being bus driver shortages that have been addressed after a huge raise in bus driver pay. I can't find the original story that I was looking for, but there are a bunch of them if you Google. It's been happening all over the place. We're like, okay, we'll pay you like $25 an hour. Now will you drive the bus? And like, yes, they will actually. They will do that now.
Borrowing costs would skyrocket, and the automakers would be back to where they were just before the Great Recession. It would put Detroit's automakers at a competitive disadvantage to all the non-union car companies in the U.S., and that would end up threatening tens of thousands of UAW jobs.
It's almost like our economic system and Wall Street, like specifically, are designed in such a way to prioritize not only companies doing well, but also companies constantly sucking the cocks of their investors. It's almost as though there's a predatory leech of an economic class that produces nothing, but all of the systems in our society are geared towards appeasing their specific economic needs, even though it serves no social utility. You know? Like, if a company can continue to produce just as much of a material and sell just as much of a material and have just as much profit in selling that material as before, but for some reason the company's value goes down, therefore they are disincentivized from continuing in this behavior because the investors aren't happy with what's happening. Well, I mean, that says something, doesn't it?
Shawn Fain says that anytime he hears an automotive executive say they need to be competitive, he believes they just want to race to the bottom. Well, let me tell you what, not being competitive means you're in a race to go out of business. What I'd rather hear from the union are creative proposals that will cut labor costs.
Pizza
at
parties.
The same time, hourly workers make more money.
Pizza parties.
So here's one of my suggestions as to what they could do. In fact, it's actually an idea the union floated back in 2015. The UAW proposed that GM Ford and what's now Stellantis drop their individual company health care plans and combine them into a giant cooperative that would have massive negotiating power with healthcare providers to get much lower costs. In fact, the UAW's idea was to include white-collar workers as part of the co-op. That means about 1 million people would be enrolled, and that is a lot of clout. Right now, the automakers are paying about $23,000 a year per worker in healthcare costs. UAW members have gold-plated coverage. Now, make that platinum-coated. Most of them don't pay any monthly premiums and zero co-pays. You know, Shawn Fain complains about the richest 1%, but when it comes to healthcare, UAW workers are in the 1%. Do you know anyone that's got that kind of coverage?
Literally everyone in Europe. We're really bragging about gold. You isn't gold 60%? Or is gold 80%? Is platinum 80%? I forget. I'm uninsured. Gold is 60%? Okay, yeah, so like after everything's, you know, done and said or whatever, like your $100,000 bill for childbirth will be cut by 60% or whatever. The 1%.
I sure don't. And look, I'm not trying to say that the union workers should have less health care coverage. I'm just saying they need to cut the cost. With an industry co-op,
This is an insurance company problem, the negotiating thing, mostly.
they could slash those costs dramatically and use the savings to put more money into their paychecks. Maybe they could even give the automakers a little bit of the money to make them more competitive.
No.
Because if you make them more competitive, they're going to make more profits.
Notice, by the way, how when he says competitive, what he actually means is better for the shareholders. When I think of making a business competitive, what I think is, can they, like, compete in the market in terms of items sold or, like, their proportional representation in what people are buying? But every time he talks about competitiveness, it has nothing to do with numbers of cars sold. And it has everything to do with the shareholder price, or the stock price for the shareholders. Like, his definition of competitiveness is a competition between shareholders where workers are the ball, to borrow a phrase.
And that comes to my second suggestion. How to give the union workers more profit sharing. Right now, each one of them is getting between $10,000 a year and $14,000 a year in profit sharing.
This is for the full-time workers only, I believe.
A lot of cash for the car companies to give away. About $1.8 billion combined, which is why they're reluctant to increase the formula. That cash is so precious. But what if they could sweeten the formula by paying part of the profit sharing with shares of stock? After all, the automakers are in complete control of how much stock they issue. They can't print.
Okay, just keep in mind that based on ZipRecruiter, and I'm sure this isn't fully accurate, but based on ZipRecruiter, the average wage of a UAW worker is $19 an hour, or like what, $38,000 annually. So don't fall for this bullshit. That does seem rather low, though. I wouldn't be surprised if it was higher. Okay, wait. I don't know if you can ever trust any of this shit. This salary.com says UAW hourly pay rate is on average $97 an hour, which is absolutely the fuck not true. Jesus Christ. It's like how when you Google, like, Vosh net worth or whatever, you see it's like $5 million or what. I think people just make shit up. Maybe ZipRecruiter is more reliable. I don't think it's as low as 19 an hour, but I don't think it's 100 an hour either. Here, from the Detroit News. The UAW is seeking a 46% wage increase over 4 years as part of its negotiations. The UAW's top wage is $32.32 per hour after 3% wage increases since 2019. Oh, okay. Then what's this bullshit about $100 an hour? Jesus. That might be not including the profit sharing, but that sounds more realistic than 100 or like 19 an hour. He had picked out GM CEO Mary Barra specifically, who last year received nearly $29 million in total compensation that includes benefits, which is up roughly 34% from what she received in 2019, although her base salary remains the same at $2.1 million. What are we doing? Oh, right. We're doing this to get hyped up about unions. Hey, who in chat is pro UAW? Raise your hand. Hell yes. This is a Gallup article saying that union approval steady near recent high point. The 67% of Americans who approve of labor unions today is down slightly from 71% a year ago, but marks the 5th straight year this reading has exceeded its long-term average of 62%. There was a bit of a dip in between 2022 and 2023, but union popularity has been rising steadily on average from 2009 and onward. Interestingly, the union approval dropped 10% after the bourgeoisie fucked our economy with subprime mortgage gambling. I have no idea why people decided unions were to blame for that, or why people would go for the anti-union bent after that, but it's been steadily rising for a while. Americans favor workers in labor disputes. Oh, look, right up here at the top. United Auto Workers or the U.S. auto companies. 75% of polled Americans support UAW, with only 19% supporting the U.S. auto companies. 72% and 67% as well in these same worded questions. Desire for more union power grows, as does belief in unions. Hell yes. "77% of people who are in unions support unions. For the U.S. economy in general, it's 61%. For people who are not in unions, only 47% think they mostly help. It's remarkable how actually being a part of a union shifts your perspective upward. Keep in mind, though, the average, like the U.S. economy in general, is at 61%, which is the highest it's been, well, as far back as this chart goes, to 1999. So the highest it's been for a lot of the lifetimes of the people in chat right now. 43% want unions to have more influence. 30% want same amount. Only 26% want less influence. This is another wedge issue that's good for us when it comes to trying to pull over Republicans, by the way. Much in the same way that the bourgeoisie are motivated by class interest, so too are the proletariat, and even Republican workers have a kind of animate distrust of executives, though it's often channeled in different directions. Very few, well, not very few, but I would say less than half of Republicans, if talked to directly about like corporate greed, will be like, no, corporate greed's not a problem. Corporations are great. They would never be greedy. Like, that's not that common, So this is a wedge issue that we can, that we can win them on. And there's been a sharp rise in the percentage of people who believe that unions will become stronger. Look at that. In 2018, 51% of people thought unions will become weaker, and 19% thought they would become stronger. But those two lines have been inversely shifting now towards basically the same point. It's a coin flip. Approval of labor unions by party ID. 88% of Democrats approve of unions. And even for Republicans, it's about 50-50. That's pretty good, especially considering that Biden is now, as I understand it, the most pro-union president in a century. I'm sorry, it's true. With what he's presided over in such a short time, that's a pretty strong wedge to pull people on. That's kind of good. That's kind of good. Thank you, Annie. From marketwatch.com with this, just this super nice thing right there at the bottom. I love that. Unions are key to reversing stagnant wages and economic inequality, Treasury Department says in its first-of-kind report. So, guys, here we go yet again with the Biden administration. Thank you. The Treasury Secretary, Janet Yellen, said during a news conference pretty flatly, like, yeah, unions will fix this. So we have now the Department of Labor, the Treasury Department, the NLRB, all working together on a pro-union message. This is pretty big. As Casey J from LI has now posted for the second time, I believe. Not that bad for Casey. Apparently, we've been seeing a bit of a manufacturing boom under Biden as well, which is great. I support American manufacturing, by the way. I don't have a problem with work being done overseas or with interdependence with us and China and other countries. But I still think there's room for manufacturing here in America. I don't think that all of America should be coffee shops and like tech offices that get evacuated 6 months after the startup fails. I think that it would be nice if we had kind of a mixed economy here in the United States. 7th, actually? I guess I missed it, Casey. American airline flight attendants are also striking. You're goddamn right they are. In fact, I have that all the way over here at the beginning of the segment. Guys, did you think we were done? Did you think we were done with Hot Boy Union Summer?
Do it, damn. Hey guys, my name is Derek. I am an American Airlines flight attendant. I am going to kind of do a day in the life, like a real day in the life of what it's like to be a flight attendant.
Copyright
I'm doing a really
me.
short trip today. I'm just doing a one-day trip, flying up to Boston. Be up there for a couple of hours, and then I fly right back down to DC. So let's see what happens. To kind of get ready for my day.
Okay, I thought we'd get more to the union stuff right away. Guys, 26,000 flight attendants at American Airlines just voted to authorize a strike. 99% of them voted yes. The pilots at American Airlines recently won a huge raise, if you'll remember. We covered that a little while ago. Now the flight attendants are going in for their slice of the pie as well. People are going to argue that this also is going to, like, kill the airline industry, which I think it should. I think that plane tickets should cost way more, personally. We subsidize the airline industry so hard, and we do it for, like, marginal profits. If you look back at the history of the airline industry, like, tickets cost way, way more than they do now, and it's all a nefarious plot to keep you guys from wanting trains built, okay? Yeah, it's pretty disgusting. It's like they run on such thin margins. 99.47% of them voting in favor of a strike authorization vote, with 93% of union membership voting. God damn. Woo-wee. Well, we'll see if that strike actually happens or if they get the negotiations they're looking for. Why do the bourgeoisie not want trains? I don't understand. Well, I mean, if you really, really mean, like, the super ultra wealthy, they have private jets. I just think that, like, a lot of it is the car companies really not wanting to discourage car travel because, like, a huge amount of American city design just came down to car industry propaganda. That sounds like an exaggeration, but it's not. America is a big country. There's a lot of space to cover, and we had a lot of options on how to cover it, and there was a race between, like, different industries to try to be the ones to sell people on the future of transportation, and the car industry won. And because they won, everyone believed in them. Cars were the future. Cars were getting cheaper. Everyone had a car. So why not build the roads, right? Roads are simple. You just have to lay down some concrete or asphalt or whatever. Highways are more complicated, sure, but they can be done. Whereas trains require, you know, stations, and they can't go to every single store. Everyone thought cars were the future. And I don't blame people for feeling that way back in, like, the 1920s, you know? They couldn't have possibly known what... They could not have envisioned the 405. Nobody from 1923 could have envisioned the 405. This would have been unthinkable to them. Ah, yes, this classic. The Thanksgiving jam. Everyone on their way to go see their parents or whatever. This would have been unthinkable to them. Nobody could have predicted this. I'm just kidding. People back then did predict this. But only a few of them. Most people didn't predict this. You know, it's like how there were people who predicted climate change back in the 1930s. But, like, it took till the 1960s for it to get, like, mainstream attention within the scientific community. It's affected a lot of stuff. Anyway, the American city design was handed over to the car companies. General Motors streetcars conspiracy. Oh, yeah. Well, this isn't really a conspiracy. GM bought up a bunch of streetcar systems and then dismantled them. Right? Is that a conspiracy? Is that not real? Between 1938 and 1950, car companies and petroleum companies gained control of transit systems in about 25 cities. Most of the companies involved were convicted in 1949 of conspiracy to monopolize interstate commerce and the sale of buses, fuel, and supplies, but were acquitted of conspiring to monopolize the transit industry. So that's true. Okay, so right. Okay, so by conspiracy, we don't mean conspiracy theory. We mean the conspiracy that they did. Okay, yeah, sorry. Yeah, they took over and destroyed alternative transportation, even though we had it. LA, did you know that Los Angeles had the largest streetcar network in the world back in the 20s? Can I find a map for that? Hold on. Yeah, this was from 1906, more than a century ago. And this was back when LA was a lot smaller, too. This would have been the downtown area, I assume, at least the layout, because this is the channel. That makes it look like it's downtown. Look at that. Nothing even remotely close to this exists today. Wasn't that the plot of Who Killed Roger Rabbit? Yes. Also, there was something about cartoons in there. I don't know. Anyway, something bourgeoisie. All right. That's our pro-union segment. In 37 minutes, we're going to be talking to an IWW representative who's going to talk about what you need to do to unionize your workplace. So we're not done with the union segment, okay? Until we reach that point, do unions support public transportation? There's not really a relationship between unions and specific, like, urbanist policies. The job of a union is to represent its workers. If the workers benefit in a specific job-related way to public transportation, then maybe they'll advocate for it, but it's kind of outside their purview. All right. All right. All right, Benjamin. What is it?
A new study by Ad Fontes Media claims to reveal biases among media sources, showing news organizations and where they stand in terms of their overall source reliability, Cenk. And TYT, but TYT meaning the main show, along with many other programs on this network, were included in this media bias report. Interesting. So let's take a look at the chart overall, including all of the sources that—
Where's my YouTube channel? 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 Hello? Channel, YouTube? Isn't this an old chart? Did they make like a new one? Because I've seen this chart before. Article link here. Yeah, it's just like the newest iteration. I never know if these are trustworthy or not. I don't really know. One of the things that always puts me off this is that they always fall for like the red-brown bullshit. So I've seen like the Jimmy Dore show or like Gray Zone put over on the far left when they shouldn't be, but I don't know.
Were looked at and essentially scaled in this graph that you're watching. So the chart rates publications on two separate criteria, reliability and bias. On one axis, reliability is charted from 0 to 64, with anything over 40 being considered very reliable. Publications that land somewhere between 40 and 30 are—
Yeah, the feeling I get from this is always like centrist bullshit, because like CNN posts bullshit, Forbes posts bullshit, the Wall Street Journal, it posts bullshit, but it posts bullshit in like this intellectual Stanford graduate, we're going to front a bad idea, posturing is like civil discourse shit, you know. It's like yeah, I don't really care for shit like this.
Are still quite reliable, but include much more analysis or opinion. And then
because it's always like, yeah, the more center-leaning something is, the higher up it is, which is like, they always do that shit, you know?
Anything below 24 is characterized as selective or incomplete story slash unfair persuasion slash propaganda. Now, let's take a look at the other axis. So the other axis plots how far away from zero publications veer, with 0 being purely balanced coverage and negative 42 being most extreme left personal stories. Like, anyway, we're gonna talk about the funding and who's behind this. Staying home.
Wait, why am I Benjamin? Why am I watching this? I don't like these charts either.
Let's even talk about the #1 thing in politics, which is money. Of us in credibility. That's a joke.
I mean, think about this, Cenk. Fox News that just paid the largest defamation settlement in American history. Okay.
Come on, they should be at the very,
come on,
very
guys.
bottom.
Come on, guys. And look, the timing of this. Look, usually I don't get all worked up about these ridiculous analyses. Not going to do a little more digging than every other outlet that's been covering this to figure out who's really behind the funding for this analysis.
Because the funding behind it, that I'm about to. I just don't care.
Magazine, it's libertarian, but it has some interesting articles. I'm not hating on Reason, but it's all opinion. What the? Oh, it's opinions you like.
Exactly.
Okay, I got it. Okay.
Yeah, take your private equity money and shove it. Okay, that's it.
Yeah, I don't like these charts either. These charts are always like. These charts are always biased towards the people who have the least to say. Like, the factual recitation of information without any intellectual cultivation or bias or like any ideological centering isn't more truthful than things that say are hyperbolic but cover important issues. The problem is that, like, it technically speaking, like, do you want to be the most truthful outlet? Then all you have to do is like post one story every day saying like the sky is blue or whatever. Like, oh great, congratulations. The very top tier, 64 points of original fact reporting, high effort. Like, great, you know? But the problem is, like, you get set in bias whenever you start talking about real issues. Obviously, you can be assessed on, like, the factual truthfulness of what you've said. But then what if you start saying stuff that's opinion-based? Because, you know, journalism isn't just supposed to be about reporting empirical facts. There should be, like, opinions thrown in there. Like, the point of journalism is not just to go, like, here's the, like, fucking Wall Street report. Here's who is this much money? Who is this much money? Like, you can have opinion pieces, or better yet, fold the opinion into the journalism where you say, in this journalist's opinion, I believe that these reports reflect an increase in the profitability of the bourgeoisie, and I think that means that we should be more considerate to efforts to get money down to the working man, or blah, blah. And, like, people would say, oh, well, that's not factual. And it's like, journalism isn't supposed to be it's not a fucking dictionary. You're supposed to explore and uncover truth, and truth isn't all, like, what color the sky is. All right. What's this? U.S. health officials recommend reclassifying marijuana as Schedule III drug, paving way for expanded cannabis market. In a significant policy shift, U.S. health authorities are advocating for the reclassification of marijuana as Schedule III drug, according to a letter dated back to August 29th from the Department of Health and Human Services. The DEA. If Biden reclassifies marijuana in time for the presidential election, it's a sweep. 50-state landslide. I'm going to Tim Pool that shit. Holy fuck. What is Schedule 3? What is that alongside? Low to moderate potential for abuse and or addiction. What are some examples of drugs that are in Schedule 3? Ketamine, testosterone, anabolic steroids. Schedule 3 drug criminality. What are the default federal penalties? Possessing a Schedule 3 controlled substance is a Class 1 misdemeanor that can result in both prison time and a heavy fine. Well, that is significantly better than holding it right now as a Schedule as a Schedule 1 drug alongside heroin and meth. You know, obviously I think it should be decriminalized entirely, but that is still a significant improvement. I thought meth was Schedule 2. Is it Schedule 2? Okay, sorry. Schedule 1 is weed, ecstasy, heroin, LSD, and peyote. Schedule 2 is meth, cocaine, fentanyl. So fentanyl, the drug that's killing more Americans than anything else, is a lower schedule than marijuana or ecstasy. Oxycontin, Vicodin, and Adderall. Will you take Adderall off of Schedule 2? Jesus, no wonder it's so fucking difficult to fill my prescription these days. Next to meth and cocaine? Jesus Christ. I take 10 milligrams a day. That's the lowest adult dose. Jesus fucking Christ. It's highly abused. Next to meth and fentanyl? Jesus, lower that shit to the ketamine level at least. Fuck. Like, Schedule 4 has Xanax, Ambien, Ativan, and Valium. Those are heavily abused. Xannies, all the fucking mumble rappers, they're all dead now. All of them. Somehow I figured that, Casey J. It's one of the most abused drugs. It's not as bad as fucking fentanyl. I think it should be alongside Xanax. No, for real, Adderall is abused as a... Yeah, so Xanax! What are you guys kidding me? Are you seriously going to argue that Adderall is comparable to fentanyl in fucking social harm? Are you fucking kidding me? Holy shit! Oh my god, yeah, I know it can be abused. All drugs can be abused. What you, like next to fentanyl? Jesus Christ, put it next to Xanax. Put it next to Xanax. Yeah, fucking DEA agents in chat trying to explain to me why actually, like, Adderall needs to all be fucking centrally controlled in Fort Knox. Just a gigantic fucking salt pile of Adderall that they have to delicately they have to send fucking lab techs over there to measure it with tweezers before they have armored trains distributed across the U.S. Fuck. This would be pretty great. Obviously, I think that it and a lot of other things should be, like, totally decriminalized, but moving it down to Schedule 3 would be a huge, 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 huge improvement. Where's cocaine then if Adderall is so regulated? Next to cocaine. The Adderall is next to cocaine. Alcohol is abused more than ADHD meds. Yeah, the only reason that alcohol isn't here is because, like, alcohol is socially accepted. Alcohol is far more destructive than marijuana or any of the fucking drugs. Well, not any, of course, like fentanyl, heroin, whatever, but a lot of the drugs listed there. Alcohol is absolutely, like, a hard drug that ruins lives, addictive, blah, 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 but, like, it's socially normalized, so whatever. What about tobacco? I could be totally... I'm pretty sure that, like, alcohol... I'm pretty sure you could well argue that alcohol is a lot worse than tobacco. I think tobacco... Over your lifetime, tobacco is more likely to kill you because of lung shit. Maybe? Wait, I don't know. Wait, hold on. Deaths from alcohol versus deaths from tobacco. But it's also like a nicotine thing, right? Yeah. Alcohol... Jesus, fuck. They kill so many people. Alcohol kills fewer people than tobacco globally. Approximately 5% compared to 8% of all deaths. All human deaths. 5% to alcohol, 8% to tobacco, combined 13%. All deaths. But you can get them from drugstores or from gas stations. All deaths, Bungles. Muslim countries don't typically allow alcohol, which probably accounts for that disparity. Maybe, that's a good point. There might be, yeah, because there are, like, yeah, maybe. I feel like my chair is a bit too low. What? You know, I am getting more used to, like, the ergonomic seating, but I will say the actual seat of the Herman Miller Aeron is not that comfortable. I think I need to try the larger one. Okay, we have 24 minutes. What about a pad for the seat? I actually ordered a Steelcase Leap that's going to be arriving soon. I know that that's not mesh. That has like a small pad. So I'm gonna see if that does it for me. Don't skimp on the chair. Your back will thank you. This was $1,500. I'm not skimping. Oh my goodness. Oh, hold on. We'll get to donations soon. I YOLO'd it, Archwave. FD talked about you in his newest video. You know, I don't really like... one thing that bothers me, I don't want to know if somebody's talked about me and, like, look at it on stream, if it's, like, a single mention or whatever. You mean this video from 3 weeks ago?
This video is...
Like, if it's a segment or something... Oh, fuck. We're doing the, like, video essay thing.
But I'd argue that you're not taking full advantage of the format if you don't put in more effort to your essays to feel more theatrical and more scripted and more produced. This will sound pretentious, sorry, but I think video essays are more closer to like the art of filmmaking.
That's 12:53. How is that me? Okay. All right. Yeah, that was FD Signifier in chat baiting a view. I see it. I see it. Vosh, you need to wear more costumes. I'm working on being more fashionable. Thank you. Thank you. Are you going to react to the climate protesters in Nevada who blocked the road? I think I saw this. I think this was pretty dumb. Apparently they were like blocking the path to Burning Man to protest the people who took like private flights to Burning Man. This is a pretty dumb like dumb place to do your thing, I think. I mean, I guess you're getting attention. I don't know. I feel like better decisions could be made with regards to like the specific targeting. I mean, I'm super anti-Burning. I hate Burning Man. Oh my god. I had like the weirdest fucking experience on Grindr the other day. I matched with this well wait, it's not matching, it's Grindr. I messaged I verbally assaulted this person on Grindr with a hello. And we talked for a bit, you know, the classic Grindr back and forth. Hey, your asshole looks great, thank you. Right, you know how it goes. But they were a bit bummed because their friends were at Burning Man and they weren't. Like they wanted to go to Burning Man. And I said something flippant like, well, you know, actually not going to Burning Man makes you the daredevil. Like it makes you're the one who's breaking tradition. That makes you cool by not going. And rather than responding with what I think a normal human would do, which is like, oh, haha, yeah. So just you fucking riff when you talk to people, right? Until you know them better. Instead, they were like, why would you say that? Like I like Burning Man. I wanted to go. Why would you assume that I wouldn't? I was like, okay, wait, no. I was like, wait. I didn't know. I'm not making an actual informed statement on your interest to go to Burning Man. I was just riffing. I was just doing, and then they were like, you know, I don't know why you're so negative on it. I like going there with my friends. I was like, no, I was just. If you're so insistent on having a bad day, yeah, no, seriously, it was. I feel like I'm actually underrepresenting how like fucking out of pocket it was, and I can't look at the messages now because, of course, they blocked me after I told them that they were being determinably miserable. Were they a bottom? I mean, I wouldn't talk to a top on Grindr, so it was weird. This was like 2 days ago. It was really weird. It's very strange. I didn't even say anything negative about Burning Man, which I should have, because I don't like Burning Man. I think it's full of pretentious dipshits. I think it's full of like trust fund kiddies and very privileged people who want to briefly enjoy the sort of like degenerate hedonism, to give them a break from their general like office job shit. Everything that I see from Burning Man looks cringe as fuck. I would never have a good time here. I'm really, really sorry, but if you want to, like, get together with a bunch of strangers in weird outfits and do drugs, you shouldn't have to go to the middle of the desert to do that. You should be able to do that at home. But you're the people fighting to keep it that way. The people who go to Burning Man are the same people who come back home and are fucking NIMBYs, okay? These are the people who like, idealize traditional expectations of wealth and social attainment, who want who want to do the commute to work, who want to live in the high-rise apartment or in the suburban house. They sneer when they see homeless people, and then they all go over and LARP in their weird fucking outfits and spend $5 million on the, I don't know, whatever the fuck drugs they take over there. I do not respect these people. You're right, I should have Tempest. I didn't know things would go south that quickly. Yeah, it's like Fire Festival shit. U.S. okays military aid to Taiwan under program usually reserved for sovereign nations. This isn't surprising. Taiwan is a sovereign nation. How much? 80 million? 80 million? What is that? One tank? What 80 million? Jesus. Not even one tank. Like a fucking one bullet. Lamau, it's real? Maybe, yeah. Listen, there's nothing that super ultra wealthy people love doing more than wasting their money. This is why they need to be, this is why they need to be de-wealthed. It's for their own benefit, okay? How is that real? Personally, I think that this is good. I think this is a morally good thing because shit like Fire Festival did so much to foster class antagonism. People love hating the wealthy after they do stuff like this, and I want people to hate the wealthy. I want people to have a constant, non-stop, irrational, borderline French Revolution style hatred for the wealthy. I think that's the best way forward. Do you hate Renaissance fairs too? Why would I hate Renaissance fairs? Dude, people pay thousands to go to Burning Man, and they're all like tech workers and shit. You know who you'll find if you go to Renaissance Fair? A 50-50 split of like the fun white families, like, that aren't that stuffy, and like the gayest humans alive. Queer people will run to any possible excuse to dress up for fun in public, as long as it's not too expensive to get in, because the cool gay people are poor. As evidenced by West Hollywood, when gay people become wealthy, they become bad, actually. So they, yeah, no, Renaissance fairs are fine. Okay, we don't have time for this video. Close that. Gabon had a coup. Are we doing this alongside like Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger? Is this like another attempt at breaking from like the ECOWAS West African bloc? Oh wait, how far south is Gabon? I'm forgetting right now. Oh no, it's farther south. My apologies. I thought that it was in West Africa. My apologies. Africa map. So we still don't have a resolution to the Niger, Mali, Burkina Faso, ECOWAS, loop-de-loop. Gabon is down here. I mean, Nigeria is close, but I don't know. Cameroon isn't a part of ECOWAS, right? So it's unlikely this is a part. And also, Gabon just isn't in West Africa. ECOWAS is a West African state thing, so. Yeah, it's not. Wait, hold on. The first edition of the ECOWAS Abuja International Marathon brought together international marathons from West Cameroon. Okay, so limited participation in shared events, but not a member of. Yeah, well, we'll see. Oh yeah, this is an old map. There's no South Sudan. Gabon video coup link. Military officers declare coup after Ali Bongo wins disputed election. Okay. It goes, it goes, it goes.
À cet effet, les élections générales du 26 août 2023 ainsi que les résultats tronqués sont annulés.
I'm Ali Bongo Ondimba, President of Gabon. And I'm to send a message to all the friends that we have all over the world to tell them to make noise, For the people here have arrested me and my family.
Les élections générales du 26 août 2023 ainsi que les résultats tronqués sont annulés. Les frontières sont fermées jusqu'à nouvel ordre. Toutes les institutions de la République sont dissoutes.
I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that this guy actually is a dictator. So their claims of election fraud might be completely correct. This is mostly an everything sucks here moment. Yeah, this might be an everything sucks moment. He met with Barack Obama. Okay, so he has some international renown. There was another coup d'etat attempt back in January 2019, which failed. The coup may not have actually happened, though, as has been reported by critics, and could have been used as a tactic to the government to gain support. Are we doing a cry wolf thing here? What the fuck? And he was named in the Pandora Papers leak. Interesting. How wealthy is he? Never trust a fucking wealthy African president. Holy shit, like 100% of the time, if they have a lot of money, it's because they got it. They're being really fucking corrupt. Gabon is a big oil producer. Yeah. He passed a law that meant 1/3 of senators were declared by him rather than elected. Seriously? In early January 2020, the Senate and National Assembly passed a constitutional reform that would allow the president to appoint 1/3 of senators in place of elections, among other changes. All right, well, you know. Okay. And this happened 1 year after the previous coup attempt that critics are saying didn't actually happen. All right. Okay. All right. All right. All right. Okay. All right. So coup yes or coup no? This, again, it's probably like an everyone is an asshole situation here. Hmm. Okay. Let's see how sussy this looks. The most recent presidential election. Seems they happen every 8 years? 8? No way. 7? 7 years? Jesus. Opposition. A day after the election, opposition leader Xi Jinping declared victory and said he was waiting for the outgoing president to call to congratulate me, although no result had been officially announced. Very arrogant. Showing a narrow victory for Bongo, who won 49.8 to 48.2. The opposition's representative on the Electoral Commission refused to confirm the results and were therefore confirmed by a vote in which the opposition members abstained. Ping supporters maintained the mostly complete results they had independently collected showed their candidate beating Bongo by a large margin. Notably, the official results from Hat Ogo, the Bongo family's native province, showed Bongo receiving 95.5% of the vote on an alleged 99.9% turnout, an impossible result sparking widespread protests. Bongo, noting the vote was close, stressed the importance of peacefully respecting the outcome. The parliament was set on fire later in the day. Well, based on my incredibly limited knowledge, and let's be clear, my incredibly limited knowledge, it seems sussy. Hmm. Oh, look. France has around 400 soldiers permanently deployed in the country for training and military. Just fucking all of Africa, dude. It's like all of France's fucking political capital and military is just like set on keeping an eye on their former colonial properties. All right, we're going to be doing the call in 5 minutes. Since we have 5 minutes to go and there's no segment that I can do in so short a time, I'm going to click on the button that makes me money. I love doing that. And I'm going to read some donations while I have the time to. Thank you. With a brick, logical pretzels, of course. First of all, Benjamin Gilbert Live, thank you so much for the incredibly kind $200 donation. I really appreciate that. I fought increasing my Vyvanse dose from 30 to 40 milligrams for over a year because of fear of tolerance building. My original dose was 10. Now I need 40 and I'm only 23. Funny enough, might be why I went so crazy with the linking, but regardless, is there any hope for not building tolerance? I mean, I'm not really one to speak because I drink so much caffeine in both 5-hour energy and coffee forms, so I don't really know if I have the right to speak on this heavily. But yeah, I think that, like, my friends who have higher doses than me usually take break days, or, like, if they know they don't have much to do in a day, they won't take any Adderall that day, so they can sort of not develop too high of a tolerance. I think that's probably pretty good practice. You also don't want to use it for a substitute from other problems, right? Like, you don't want to have, like, general energy issues caused by a lack of sleep or whatever, and then try to solve that with always more Vyvanse. Yeah, but I'm not really sure. Yeah, we're talking to the IWW person. I don't really drink espresso. Okay. Zakas, the $5. I know a Burning Man attendee. He's like the human embodiment of an ayahuasca trip. I have no idea what that is, but I'm sure somebody in chat will get it. Preachin, thanks to the tier 1 sub. Same with KCJ. No problem, KCJ. Serious Coma, thank you for the $5. Excuse me. It's actually illegal for airline and railroad workers to strike in most cases due to the Railway Labor Act. Yeah, strike busting has a kind of lasting legacy on them. Natural variant of DMT, gotcha. Benjamin, thank you for the $10. Yes, I agree. Profit sharing is usually a pretty good way. If CEOs are likely to work harder, if the logic is that CEOs will work harder if they make money from like stocks they're given, you know, then why would profit sharing not motivate regular workers to work harder? It makes complete sense by that logic. Soymaster and Neptune32, thank you for the tier 1 subs both. Really appreciate that. Give me emotes. Have them. Lefty McLefterson and Calic Tessie, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. How do you debate someone who objects to more worker benefits, rights, wages because they keep screeching about higher costs of products in the vicious cycle? They don't seem to have an issue with that when executives raise their pay, do they? You know, it's completely irrational. You know, they'll say that very specifically with the workers, but all of the other shit they don't seem to care about. Why not have everyone be a slave? Seriously, like the end goal, like the end state of that logic of like, well, you're hurting the companies, you're hurting society with it. Like it's bullshit, you know? Also, you can make the Henry Ford argument and you can say that if the common worker has more money, there are widespread societal benefits. For one, they don't need SNAP or EBT or welfare, which means the government isn't subsidizing their low wage. For two, they make enough money to potentially buy the products that they're given. Or that they produce, you know, there's more money circulating in the economy. You know who shouldn't have money? The wealthy. Because when the wealthy get money, they just fucking hold it. They don't spend it, they just hold it. So the number next to their head gets larger. When working people get money, they spend that money and it circulates in the economy. Economies are stronger when a higher proportion of the money is given to the workers. Ghosty and Ike Harris, thank you for the $10 both. A massive looming strike is a great gift to get on Fred Hampton's birthday. Is it today? Son of a bitch. Yeah. Rest in peace, Fred Hampton. Remember, him and his legacy are probably the main animating forces in getting me involved in militant leftist thought. And he's a cool guy. And I think that while the Black Panther Party as a whole made mistakes and, you know, it's not a perfect legacy, Fred Hampton was probably the closest thing we had to what could have potentially been like a real radical civil rights leader for both racial equality and socialism. And that is why the FBI had him killed. That is why the government assassinated him. They feared him that much. They let Malcolm X live for a while. They let MLK live for a while, but they could not abide Fred Hampton's life. He died when he was just, what, 23, was it? No, I think it was 21. Yeah. So we're going to get on the call. And I'm going to play Minecraft during the conversation. X was killed by the Nation of Islam, Vash? Yeah, I know. And, you know, it was never technically proven who killed MLK, right? Or, like, you know, there's always, like, lingering doubts. I think the Nation of Islam killed Malcolm X, but I think I remember there being an expose where the feds had, like, foreknowledge of some attempt against him, but didn't offer protection or warn him. I could be misremembering. If I'm misremembering, then that's on me. My apologies. I think I remember that happening a couple years ago. Like, the feds might have helped a little bit. Well, a smidgen. Wasn't it the FBI who murked MLK? Oh, it wasn't proven in criminal court. Is this a debate or a friendly convo? I'm just having a friendly convo. Here, let's get it started. Hello, hello?
Can you hear me all right?
Yes, I can hear you just fine. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Today's my day off. Was able to sleep in a bit, make myself a nice little breakfast. Had a cigarette right before, but you know, in this lovely 100-degree heat, I only melted a bit.
Wait,
How are you doing today?
what city are you in?
Phoenix.
Oh, yo, yeah. Sorry about that one. That city really should not exist.
Oh, don't get me started. But yeah, I'm happy to come on. Thank you for having me on.
Of course. Now, I want to get right to it. For the, you know, despite the many painted signs that I've nailed to the front of my treehouse, there are still liberals in this community. Could you tell me, who are you? What do you represent? What does the organization you represent do? And what is their historical legacy? Go.
Hello, my name is Jordan, he, him pronouns. I'm an officer and an organizer with the Industrial Workers of the World, better known as the IWW, a labor union that focuses on rank and file democracy and direct action in the workplace. Historical legacy, I gotta say, probably the most effective way of organizing the working class. You know, they had their major upsurge in the early 20th century before getting booted by the feds. And I joined the IWW a few years ago because I believe in that dream of the one big union. I want to see all of the working class organized together in one big union.
It's a very syndicalist ambition. You know, one single global union probably couldn't rep everyone everywhere all the time. But, you know, it could be sort of the federated head of hundreds or thousands of labor unions, which have varying goals and ambitions on an individual level, but all share, you know, the solidarity part.
Yeah, so don't want to get like too high in the clouds today. I was kind of hoping today to come on to teach your audience a bit about the nuts and bolts when it comes to unionizing their workplace. I want everyone here to focus on their immediate workplace today, if that's all right.
Of course, and that is actually a question that I get quite often. Now, I have some sort of abstract intellectual knowledge of good practices for union organization, and I'm decent with the rhetoric bit. But the actual process of starting a union is complicated, difficult, and really variable, which is why, as I understand it, the IWW is, you know, tasks itself with informing people how to get started, you know, kicking off the process of building that one world union one step at a time, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think the, you know, biggest positive of the union is like it's easy and accessible training. Like when I joined, they easily got me into training. I was able to start organizing my workplace. Real quick, before we go on, I have just a bit of disclaimer. I'm not coming here as an official representative of the union. I'm just someone who has this skills and knowledge and would like to pass them along.
No, yeah, absolutely. I completely understand. And we're delighted to have you. So just so you know, and I'm sure you probably can figure this, you can intuit this, I really do get dozens and dozens of emails, people asking, how do I unionize this, that, the other workplace? And what I'm getting from this, and what I'm getting from statistics that I've read on the popularity of unions and on people's attitudes towards unionization in general, is that people really want them. People right now, more so than certainly my entire lifetime, maybe the past century of U.S. labor advocacy, people are really gunning for them. And in your opinion, would you agree, like, we're living in a fairly unprecedented era of labor advocacy?
Oh, yeah, definitely. We haven't seen, you know, this kind of upsurge since like the early 1970s during that strike wave. And I want to come on here today to make sure, you know, that upsurge in interest is kind of used for practical means. I want to make sure that all of the workers who are interested know how to do it. So I was kind of hoping the timeline of this call would go over something we tell all workers when we first meet them. So I'm what's called an external organizer as well. And what that means is when workers come to us and are interested in unionizing their workplace, I meet with them and kind of go over the stuff we're going to be talking about today in that first meeting. So I was kind of hoping to go over a bit of ground rules first, the timeline of a union campaign and the specifics of it, and what makes the IWW unique and why I think it's the most effective way of organizing the working class. Real quick, for chatters, Could y'all post what you do for a job or what industry you work in?
Chat.
Maybe some
Hit it.
Maybe some frogs if you're a wobbly as well. What is it? What is the term for that? Hypers? I'm not entirely
Yes.
sure.
Though they know what you mean when you say frogs. Yeah, he's reading chat. Yeah. I
That's
saw
lovely to
forklift
see.
driver. Yeah. Wait, people work in my community? Oh my god.
Yeah. I hope it's not just a bunch of unemployed Zoomers here.
Just mostly.
But yeah, so kind of first, couple of ground rules. If you are interested in unionizing your workplace, for the love of God, before you do anything, talk to a labor organizer, preferably the IWW. Today, I'm just going to be covering, the basics, intro level shit. And if you think you can be a hotshot organizer after just watching this, you are guaranteed to eat shit and die. So please talk to an organizer about your specific workplace first. Number two, don't say the U word on company property or lines of communication. Why do you think that is, Vosh? Why do you think we try and advise that?
Well, I think that sets alarm bells off in the ears of any managers who might be listening. I think it also, the simpier of workers, maybe people who are on good terms with the management, or people who just, for some misguided reason or another, are ideologically disinclined to join a union, libertarian types or people who think that, the myth of meritocracy is real. I think that this might incline them to either publicly oppose you, which would be disastrous for early organizing efforts, or go directly to the management, who could either fire you, which is technically illegal, but they'll do it anyway, or start, if you're like Amazon or whatever, they'll start having those cringy, like, workplace modules where it's like, here's, Wally the warehouse to explain how union bosses want to take away all your money or some crap.
Yeah, the main thing I like to stress, and the reason why I love the IWW, is that all of our tactics are just based on like practicality. They all serve a purpose, not just like some sort of ideological, reasoning. But the main practical reason is to basically not tip off the bosses. I like to think of it as, let's say you're trying to play like poker or 21, and you show your cards every single time. You don't want them to know what is coming. You want to make sure that when you do take action in your workplace, they do not expect it at all. Yeah, another third thing, another ground rule. I know there's plenty of people that I talk to when I talk about unions that they say, oh, that's nice, but it can never happen in your workplace. And Vosh, I kind of need your help with bullying your audience today. It is your workplace. You can do it. I don't want you to get into that mindset that it can't be your workplace. So chat, viewers, while you're watching this, make sure to think of your own workplace and how that works. But yeah, those are all the ground rules. I can kind of get into the timeline if you wish. Or do you have any questions about those ground rules?
Well, I just saw a question in chat that I'd like to throw over to you. To what extent does this and what we're going to talk about apply to contract workers?
Oh, so are you saying, sorry, can you describe that a bit?
Yeah.
Contract workers.
I suppose people who are Uber drivers, DoorDash drivers, people who are not legally considered to be employees.
Yeah, so I am a contract employee. I just wanted to make sure to get the specification. Yeah, so I'm a contract employee. And the most important thing that you need to understand in any union effort is that once you organize, you have leverage in any negotiation and any demand you want. And a common demand is to be employees and not contract workers. So let's say you're able to organize, your fellow Uber drivers, and you have enough of them. You have enough leverage. You have enough de facto power to make this demand. These skills I'm going to be teaching are broadly applicable. You and your coworkers are going to know what's best and how to apply them. They're not going to work for 100% of workplaces, but this is knowledge that's going to help any worker organize their workplace. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so no matter the specifics of any person's individual workplace, one thing is absolutely guaranteed, and that is that every worker can benefit from this knowledge. There is no hypothetical worker here or anywhere else who could in no way stand to listen to this.
Yeah, so I'm going to go a bit into the timeline for a union campaign, and this isn't going to be the same way that every IWW organizer explains it. This is just how I like to explain it. And I like to think of it as being in 3 phases. And these phases don't have like hard start and stops. They often bleed into one another. But the first phase is understanding your workplace. And that's kind of getting a lay of the land or a lay of your workplace before you take any sort of action or talk to your coworkers. And, I kind of like to think of it as, before you go out on a hike, you make sure you have a map so you don't get lost and die, or you make sure you have a recipe before you like bake or cook something. And you're just trying to largely understand how coworkers socially relate to one another, like what cliques there are, who looks up to who is influential, basic stuff like trying to get like a list of names and contacts going. Why do you think we advise, doing this first phase before, talking to others and taking action?
Well, I mean, fundamentally, the exercise of creating a union, it's a one of political organizing. You're not doing it for a party, you're doing it for the workplace, but nonetheless, you're relying on an understanding of the social dynamics to maximize the outcomes of your organization. And whether that means going to a neighborhood and knowing what the demographics of it are and what issues they might respond to, or knowing which members of your workplace are discontented in which ways, which rhetoric they might respond to, it's all necessary. It's social work. Which is why I completely agree with you when you said earlier, if you go into this with no preparation, you're going to eat shit and die, because this is tough enough work that, people do it for a living. It's not really intuitive.
Yeah, and I don't want any workers who are listening to think that just because people do this for a living that, the individual workers on the ground can't do them. Like, I'm just a volunteer. I'm a fellow worker as well. But, doing this understanding your workplace steps, we want to make sure you're doing it as efficiently as possible. We want to make sure that, you aren't just kind of waffling about for a year or two, because I've heard plenty of workers just not know what the hell they're doing and kind of waste time. And again, I'm just giving a broad overview. I'm going to go back for specifics for each of these phases. But, going into the second phase, and this is where the majority of the work is talking to your coworkers and forming the committee. And basically what this means is you are talking to your coworkers outside of work, trying to learn, what their grievances are, what their knowledge is about unions and collective action in the workplace, and their fears of taking action. Everyone who's watching, I don't know if you have a notebook and pen in front of you, but if you do, if there's one thing you need to write down, you need to write down that direct and collective action gets the goods. Direct and collective action gets the goods.
Chat,
that's the main thing you're trying to teach your coworkers in these conversations. And you're ultimately trying to get them on board this effort. Do you have any questions about that? I'm going to go more into the specifics in a bit.
Yeah, so I completely agree with the direct action bit. I think that in many cases, people here are going to struggle with the specific rhetoric and trying to be appropriately sly about it. Again, it's like not saying the U word, right? You don't want to run in there and go like, sure does seem like these issues could be solved with some kind of collective labor organization, something like that. But I think that, and I'm a little while out from working, I guess, what I would consider a proletarian job, so my memory might be a bit shaky here. But I remember complaining about the boss is like a central feature of the American workplace. It is non-stop. If you are with your coworkers in a non-work setting, or even often in a work setting, but just away from management, complaints will flow non-stop from them, like a broken pipe. People are very willing to talk about that, I think, if they even remotely trust you, and people are very willing to have conversations about what could be done to make things better, I think. Though there is kind of like a innate built-up layer of disillusionment, I think, like any possible improvement is just a dream. There's no way that would actually work. And the difficulty, I think, is often breaking through that cynicism of making people feel like there are steps they can take.
Yeah, so one of the main things, kind of going back to your comment about not saying the vocab, is in our trainings we make sure that you do not use lefty jargon or language. I need everyone here to be completely cool and normal when talking to your coworkers. Do not say bourgeois, for the love of God. Say the owning class. Don't say proletariat. Say the working class. I like to say use the language without the vocab. And honestly, if you're a good organizer, you can organize a union effort without ever saying strike or union. Hey, wouldn't it be all cool if we just walked out one day? Like, what could they fucking do about that? And kind of going, sorry, what was your later point that you had just mentioned?
Oh, I think it's hard to break through that disillusionment a little bit. Sometimes people think, there's nothing that can be done, you know.
So the main thing we teach for in these conversations is to, move that discontent, that disillusionment into taking collective action. And I'm going to go more into the specifics in a bit. If we're moving on to this third phase, making your demands and direct action. And let's say you and your coworkers, there's quite a few of you now who are on board this effort. You're meeting regularly, and you have a good sense of what the grievances are and what demands you and your coworkers want to make. So our bread and butter that we teach workers is called a march on the boss. And again, quick disclaimer, do not do this without talking to a labor organizer first. You will eat shit and die. And what that means is just you and your coworkers just doing a march on the boss, making your demands, saying, if you do not do this at X, Y, and Z date, things will happen. I don't know if you can pull up that one GIF of that like super buff black guy just walking into a store. But
they're all envisioning it in their head right now.
It's basically like that, like a dozen or two of you just walking in onto the boss, making your demands. We're going to have 3-hour breaks and you're going to like it. But going a bit into direct action, I know that sounds a bit spooky and has a lot of baggage, but when it comes to the workplace, it's, the strikes, slowdowns, sick-outs, walkouts, things of that nature. Ultimately, you're trying to fuck over profits. Because again, that's the main thing that your boss gives a shit about, is just having profit. And the only way to have leverage in any negotiation is to basically hold the bag and hold that profit hostage. Does that make sense overall?
Yeah,
broad scope?
So I think this actually ties into something that we were discussing earlier on stream. I don't know if you were watching it. We were talking about how very often the language of union and owner negotiations, it's framed like a civil conversation or negotiation, which it shouldn't be, because a civil conversation or negotiation does not assume oppositional thinking. It doesn't assume antagonism, which is exactly what is happening here. You and the owner have diametrically opposed interests, literally in opposite directions. And the owner has never consulted you for your negotiated opinion on any of his raises. I don't see why the opposite should be the case. You're not there to make friends. This is why businesses are so big on the we're all a big family vibe, right? Because they want you to think of your manager as like, we're all into this together. You're not. And for that reason, tactics that may feel underhanded or uncomfy, like being quiet about it, being sneaky, nefarious, gathering together all the other workers, then marching all on them at once, that may feel really mean or whatever, but, trust me, they didn't even think of marching to you when getting their pay bonus. You've never even factored into their plans. So given their, power differential, the only way to make you a part of their plans is to show up in force.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty mean if, many of the coworkers aren't paid enough to feed themselves or homeless. The main thing you're trying to do, if you hear any coworker talking like this, and I'm going to go back to this, is you're trying to agitate the fuck out of them. You're trying to make sure that their blood is moving, that they understand that, their shitty conditions are because of the bosses, not because of anything that the workers had done. But kind of going back to the general timeline. So, let's say you've done a couple of direct actions, you've won a couple of demands. And I think at that point, if your workers committee is meeting regularly, I think you have a fairly well-established union. You have a union presence at the workplace. And I know that at that point you can kind of do with this body with whatever you want, whatever you democratically decide to do. And I know there's been a lot of hubbub about elections recently, and we can talk a bit more about that later on. But what we kind of advocate for is just doing direct action and gaining wins. But yeah, does that broadly make sense? Those three phases, understanding your workplace, forming the committee, talking to your coworkers, and then doing direct action and making demands.
I certainly think so. And I think I'm very glad that you stressed the necessity of avoiding Marxist terminology. I'm not to accuse people in chat who might default to that of being LARPy, because I think that we use the language we're accustomed to, and a lot of us are accustomed to online circles with, people who have literally like red capital or whatever. But this is just fundamentally unrelatable. And this is one of the reasons I think why this sort of like cosmopolitan online left agitation has generally been very disconnected from actual gains in unionization. And I think a large part of that is because very often we're obsessed with the aesthetic of being an anti-capitalist, when in reality, when socialism takes the United States, it will not be from people like us. It will be from people who don't know what capitalism or socialism means, but know damn well that they want to make the decisions at their workplace. You know, it is about using the language that relates to people. And if you can't do that, you can't organize on any level. So that's like a fundamental skill that has to be respected.
Yeah, I mean, I like the IWW because it is ideologically vague. At the Phoenix branch, we have like an unofficial rule that if you talk about ideology, your kneecaps will just get busted with crowbars. So we try and avoid, just aiming all high and mighty and academic. We want to, relate to the working class as much as possible. But I was kind of hoping to go into the specifics, kind of going back to that first phase. Would you be able to pull MS Paint up?
I would be delighted to pull MS Paint up. One moment.
It's a surprise MS Paint stream.
I'm actually going to pull Clip Studio Paint up because that's what's on my on my hotbar.
Beautiful. While you're doing that, understanding your workplace, again, you're trying to get a lay of the land socially from your coworkers. And we kind of stress having three things. One of them is just having a contacts list. And what that is just a list of names, numbers, and their union support. Why do you think we stress just having a list of names and numbers?
Well, it's critical to know who's on your side. The ability to quickly contact people, to organize group chats. It's as with any organizing, bureaucracy is a part of maintaining awareness with a large number of people. You don't want it to just be a disorganized social club, because if that's the case, you can really quickly lose track of people and their opinions.
Exactly. You want to make sure you have as much support as possible. I know there was a wobbly union election, I believe at Jimmy John's, a couple of years ago, and they lost the vote by 2 votes. And it's 2 people that they kind of just forgot to talk to.
Tragic.
And so this list is just trying to make sure that you are talking to everyone. You also want to put down their union support. Have they verbally showed support for the union? Have they done something for the union? Are they verbally anti-union? Things of that nature. And, if you have a good context list, we try and make sure that the workers can point out what is called a social leader. What comes to mind when I bring up a social leader in a workplace?
Everard Clare? No. The social leader wouldn't be the most ideologically motivated. The social leader would be the person best capable of organizing. And that's not always the person who starts the process off.
Yeah, so I like to think of it as someone who's just influential. Someone that workers look to that isn't a supervisor, but is like extremely competent. Basically, everyone has experience, talking to a social leader. Everyone has a social leader in their workplace. It might even be you. But basically, it's someone that workers look to and could be influenced by. So the reason why I asked you to pull up MS Paint is another thing we like to do is do a social map. Do you know what a social map is?
I'm afraid I do not.
So a social map is kind of just like a physical, let's say, diagram of how the workers relate to one another. And you can kind of think of it as, making sure you have a trail map before you go out on a hike. So can you draw 2 groups of 3 circles for me?
Sure.
Maybe list them as Department A and Department B.
Ooh, we're really going to test my mouse painting skills here. Let's go.
I'm sorry. It's very critical. The revolution will happen due to your MS Paint streams.
All right, I got them.
All right, beautiful. So let's say, the beautiful viewers, you, the individual worker, are one of the circles on the left side, right? Let's say you're all buddy-buddy, you're all very close. But let's say you're all cashiers, and the other circles are working in merchandise. And you don't really talk to them, and they all speak Spanish. But none of you speak Spanish. And if you want to get a union effort going, you want to make sure that they're included. So if you could do me a favor and draw another circle away from those 2 groups.
Sure. I have drawn another circle.
Beautiful. Okay, so let's say, this worker is a janitor. He speaks both English and Spanish. So the best way of talking to, Department B is to make sure that you get that janitor on board. So he's best able to talk to everyone in Department B. Does this concept kind of make sense? Do you kind of see why we try and advocate for doing a social
I
map?
drew a sombrero on the hat with the Spanish-speaking workers.
Oh, I meant that the singular circle was the Spanish speaker.
Yeah, this is the.
My apologies.
This is the okay. So we talk to the janitor who's bilingual, and then the janitor talks like that.
Yeah, and then they talk to so they talk to everyone who is a Spanish speaker, right? And we like to do social mapping as understanding the most efficient way of talking to your coworkers. So, a social leader, let's say one of the people in Department B in merchandising is a social leader. What you want to do is try and win their support first before the other workers in Department B. Why do you think that is?
Well, because you want to be able to work as a block as Group A. You don't want there to be divisions that can be exploited within your cell.
Yeah, so you want to get the social leader in Department B on first because you want to do this as efficiently as possible. If you get them on board, then they can talk to everyone in Department B. They're more likely to be trusted and understood by that social leader in Department B. Does that make sense? Sorry if this is a bit complicated.
At all. Well, this is actually like really applicable because I've talked before about how racism makes it much harder to unionize. Where in like inner city communities where there's a lot of multiracial, and they're in here, where there's a lot of like multiracial workplaces, oftentimes non-white people will want to unionize, but white people will either be racist or racially uncomfortable, or they'll be really vulnerable to being picked apart by management because it's easier to separate groups based on like ethnic lines rather than just purely, like talking to a single group and trying to separate them from their own unification. You need to be able to like make contacts with people capable of uniting the whole group, because otherwise you have really significant weaknesses to exploit.
Yeah, so, this is kind of going into the second phase, but we're trying to make sure that the committee is as representative of the workplace as possible. And you want to make sure you include all groups, and you want to have a social leader from all groups if you can. And this is kind of going into the second phase of talking to your coworkers. But, these social leaders, those people that they are closest with, that they look up to, they're more likely to go into what is pissing them off, their grievances, their fears when it comes to the workplace. Like, I know that like some of my female coworkers don't really like talking about, sexual assault that happens in the workplace to, male organizers. But they are more likely to with a woman who's on board the committee effort. Things of that nature. So we're just trying to broadly make sure that we can understand the grievances and the demands of the workers as much as possible. So kind of going a bit into talking to your coworkers. Number one, you want to make sure you are not doing this on company grounds at all. Why do you think that is?
Well, you're almost certainly being surveilled. Also, if they do try to fire you for exacerbating union activities, you don't want to give them the whole behavior on company grounds excuse. It's really difficult to fire people for this stuff if they've done it all off company ground.
Yeah, so the main thing I like to think of is, because I've heard of other union organizers with different unions who weren't warned about not doing it on company grounds, and then they did it on company grounds and got it all on camera, and they were all fired for it. So we want to make sure you are not doing this on company grounds. And it also allows workers to feel more open, that they can, actually go into what is, making them anxious, what their problems are in the workplace. And, the most important part of this phase is being social. Now, I know everyone has a bit of, social anxiety when it comes to talking to anyone, but I need you to be social. I'm not really asking you to not be afraid. I'm asking you to be brave and talk to your coworkers. And the best way of doing this, the best way, at least personally, that I found in talking to coworkers outside of work is offering them rides. There's definitely one of your coworkers who does not have a car and would like a ride. And I've offered plenty of rides where, they go into like the shit that is eating them up at work. And kind of tying back to the social, the contacts list and getting numbers. One good way of getting numbers is at the end saying, hey, if you ever need a ride again, here's my number. Feel free to contact me if you need a ride to work at any point. Do you have any experiences with like getting phone numbers from coworkers at work?
Oh yeah. Yeah, no, I completely agree with the rides thing. Usually it's small favors offered. People don't tend to have significant social circles that far outside of work. Sometimes they do, but people spend a lot of time at work, So if I feel like in casual conversation, it's pretty easy to find excuses to get to know people better. Usually people think of this as like a dating thing or whatever, but yeah, no, like dropping people off after work is a big one if you have a car and they don't. Or even offering to do like some kind of favor, asking about how they've been. I think that like for the most part, people want more friends. Some people are so busy they won't even care for it. But like, I think realistically, if we're talking about your average like wage cage job, most of the people there are probably in a state where they could do for a little more social interaction, positive social interaction.
Yeah, talk to your coworkers. God damn it, that's the main thing I advise today is talk to your coworkers. Another good way of just getting your coworkers' numbers is just saying, hey, can I get your number if I need a shift covered at any point, or I can cover your shift at any point. At least me, I just ask coworkers their numbers without like precondition. But maybe that's just my autistic riz that allows it.
Many people in chat have autistic riz as well. Don't worry, it's applicable. All
right. You got to make sure you use that, for the union effort. So let's say you have a coworker's number and you ask them to meet outside of work, and you want to make sure that they understand that it is talking about work, and not like anything else, because there's like nothing that kind of kills the vibe more thinking you're going to hang out with a friend and then you're talking about like the most heavy shit at work. So, when you ask your coworkers to meet outside of work, make sure that they know it is about work. And once you kind of talk to them, we have this model called AEIOU. And what that is, and the first three letters are the only ones that are important for this. It is agitate, educate, and inoculate. And it is kind of a general timeline or model we follow when talking to our coworkers. Do you have any knowledge about AEI or what that means?
None at all.
So, A, agitate. We start off with that. We're trying to get the blood flowing. We're trying to understand what their grievances are. Why do you think we start with that first?
Well, you don't know how to convince them if you don't know what they're upset about. Different people are going to be affected, by different stuff. Older people or people with disabilities might be disproportionately affected by stuff like cashiers can't sit down. Or, younger and more sprightly people might be more upset with like inconsistent scheduling. Like it varies tremendously. You got to know what people are on about.
Yeah, you're trying to understand like what is going to motivate them to move, to take action. You need to understand like what is deeply eating at them. And, we kind of start with this, not just to piss them off, but to kind of lead to E, which is educate. And again, that's going back to that main lesson of direct and collective action gets the goods. And you're trying to transition into E, so you can kind of, after agitating them, after getting their blood flowing, you want to lead them towards the correct conclusion. You're trying to make sure that they understand that, it's not just an individual effort, like going to HR to fix something. It is not, a government or union bureaucrat going to fix it, that it is the workers themselves, bottom up, who are going to fix it. So during this E section, we kind of like to get a feeling of, what experience do they have with unions, if it's brought up at all, or how they think the solutions can be done. Also, just to kind of rewind a bit, I kind of, missed over some important topics when it comes to these one-on-ones. Main thing you're trying to do is the 20-80 rule. And I know that is like a thing in like business, but in terms of this, you are trying to do 20% of the talking while they're doing 80% of the talking. And while you are talking for your 20%, you're trying to do leading questions. You're not trying to give the conclusion to them. Why do you think that is? Why do you think we advise that?
Well, because you don't want to come across as preachy or like you're browbeating them. Whether they immediately catch on to what you're going on about or whether they don't and are just talking, you want the conversation to feel like it's being led by them, especially since you're trying to figure out what they feel. So you don't want to come across as though you're telling them how they feel, and people will almost immediately check out of any one of these proposals if the vibe that's being given is this like young ideologue has sudden new bright idea on how to fix everything. Let me just tell you how it works. People are just naturally resistant to that kind of advocacy for good reason, because it's usually like that's like tech industry crap. It's if you care about the working people, you have to listen to their concerns.
Yeah, like any effort and buy-in to an effort is going to more come if they feel like they contributed to it, if they have like actively participated into it. The effort is going to be a lot weaker if it's just that young ideologue who's coming in saying, all right, we're going to do a union, we're going to march on the boss, whatever you think, nah, nada. So we want to make sure that they are coming to the conclusions. We want to make sure that we aren't just spoon-feeding it to them. And you kind of ask questions that kind of, gets them and leads them to that direction. So, like a simple question you could ask is like, what do you think they would do if we all just like walked out on the job one day? Do you think they would listen to us? Or, how do you think it would go if instead of you individually asking the boss for a raise, we all ask the boss for a raise? Stuff like that. You're trying to not like say it's going to be better. You're trying to come up with a conclusion, have them come up with a conclusion. And then, that's E. And then you try and go to inoculate.
I have a question about E, by the way.
Go ahead.
Well, right now we're seeing a whole lot of media attention being directed towards all this pro-union stuff. UAW, SAG-AFTRA, the upcoming like airline host strike. There's like a ton of stuff going on that most people, I think, are going to catch some wind of. At what point do you think it's appropriate to start using the U word? Once you've gotten people a little on board, to point out and go like, hey, so we have all these issues, and I can't help but notice that there are 50 million stories in the papers about all these gains that have been got through unionization. Do you think maybe we give that a little shot? Like, at what point do you think it's appropriate to start being more overt because precedent establishes, the justification?
Yeah, so if you're talking to your coworkers outside of work, they're not dumb. They're going to understand a bit of what is up. They might not know that it is about unions specifically, but they're going to know you want to do something. And I'm still learning this from my own experience with organizing my workplace. I used to kind of do it on the first meeting, but I advise not to do it on the first meeting. Try and do it like on the second or third, even if they do bring up unions or that they want a union. And we try and make sure that you get the blood flowing a little bit. They understand what the solutions are, or they come to their own conclusions about what the solutions are first before saying, hey, this is a union effort going on. And I kind of do this mainly because the U word has a lot of baggage to it. They might think that it's like a whole bureaucratic thing that's going to lead to like a bunch of conflict and lost wages. What you are trying to do is make sure that they understand the importance of them and their coworkers taking action first before, attaching that important label of union. Does that make sense?
No, yeah, 100%. It certainly it gets easier, I think, the more public the victories of unions are, because when you get into mentioning it specifically, then you have more examples that you can point to that that prove the value.
Yeah, you want to make sure you're pointing to other workers. Like you could say, hey, did you see what the Teamsters workers did and how they got a raise from it? Things of that nature. Point to other examples of what other similar workers have done. But just for like the sake of time, do you mind moving on?
Oh, no, go right ahead.
So I inoculate. So think of it kind of like a vaccine, and you're trying to address the fear that they have when it comes to taking action in the workplace. You kind of want to introduce a bit of fear in order to address their overall fear of taking action. So the most common fear of taking action is, of course, being retaliated, losing their job, having cut hours, things of that nature. And you do not want to just skim it or gloss over it or act like it doesn't exist, because, if this ball does get rolling at your workplace, there will be retaliation. I don't want anyone to think that there won't be. I know it's illegal, but the bosses are rich and they don't give a shit. So you want to make sure you address that fear. And you don't do it by saying, well, I'm a brave organizer, let's be gung-ho about it. You want to talk about, your own fears of taking action. Like, oh, I'm also afraid of, not being able to pay rent or feeding my kids, things of that nature. But you don't want to end on inoculate. You try and go back to agitating them, because there's not more of a bummer than just ending on the saddest note. You want to make sure that you are kind of, agitating them again after addressing these fears. I think my favorite question I like to ask is here's the cost of doing something, but what is the cost of doing nothing? Are you going to be able to afford your rent at this rate in, 2 to 3 years? Here in Phoenix, we had I think the highest inflation in the nation for the vast majority of the past 2 years. And you try and make sure that they understand that there are bigger costs in doing nothing than of taking action. Does that make sense? I kind of quickly went through it.
No, yeah, completely. I mean, you have there have been so many instances of, well, not pay cuts, usually a lack of pay rises, inflation skyrocketing, rent increasing, and mass layoffs too. And it's people are innately more afraid of action than they are of inaction, because action demands, well, it demands action. It demands direct engagement from them. And, it always feels worse, I think, or people get more nervous about a choice leading to bad outcomes than a lack of one, because then they don't feel like they're taking ownership over the consequences of that. But of course you are. In reality, if you choose not to make a decision, that was the decision. And I agree completely that you want to stay away from the brave organizer rhetoric, well, I would rather die a free man than live a slave, all that bullshit, because that comes across as LARPing. You've got people trying to feed their kids there. That's not going to sell people on your ideology or on your plan. And I think that it's to your benefit to not emphasize unionization as a dangerous or harmful or risky practice, though it is to some extent, of course, though no more so than not doing anything. Certainly, I think far less so than not doing anything. You don't want to play that as some kind of heroic sacrifice or whatever, because that's dumb. That doesn't do it.
Yeah, you don't want to make it seem like this effort is unnecessary and dangerous. You want to make it seem like you're not wanting this personally, that you and your coworkers are forced to take action because this is unsustainable. Yeah. So, let's say you kind of talked to a lot of your coworkers, you kind of agitated them, you educated them, you inoculated them, and you're ultimately trying to get them on board this effort. And what that means is having a workers' committee. And I know that sounds very prestigious, but it's literally just you and your coworkers meeting regularly. And what you're trying to do is just still figure out who you need to talk to. Because this effort, if it's just done by one individual, is never going to happen. You need to make sure that they have a well-run committee of social leaders, making sure that they are talking to as many people as possible. And I know this comes up a bit about what is the amount of workers you need to feel comfortable to take action. And you don't need the vast majority. Oftentimes union efforts start as a minority. And any actions you can take still have very considerable weight in a workplace, even if it's still a minority of workers. And, once you're starting off, you're not going to have a buy-in from a whole lot of people. You're going to have a whole lot of fence sitters. They're not going to see the importance and need for a union. But let's say you and your committee start with, smaller direct actions, and then you kind of ramp up. Why do you think we try and advocate for starting with smaller direct actions before, something like the big sexy strike?
Well, you want people to feel confident in your ability to succeed. You want to rack up a couple of wins before you start asking people to commit towards larger, riskier, more committed projects. You also want to scare management. I think that, management could probably, I'd say probably rightfully so, could look at something just out of nowhere advocacy for a strike and go ah, you crazy kids, you know, not take it very seriously, because usually that stuff is predicated by a lot of on the ground action. And you want to make it clear to them that you mean business. You're taking it very seriously.
Yeah, like if you're trying to go for like the big sexy strike right away, you are not prepared. Like all of this comes from like practical on-hand knowledge that you get from taking direct action. And you know, to give a couple of examples, something small and like one of my favorite stories is a textile mill, I think somewhere on the East Coast. They had a manager there that was, sexually assaulting a lot of the women there. And what they decided to do is have all of them wear whistles around their neck. And every time that they came by or tried to come up close, they would just all blow the whistle, or that specific woman would blow the whistle to alert everyone that manager is nearby.
Whew.
You know, that is a direct action.
Yeah, that's aggressive. Jesus.
Yeah, or another one that I heard from a fellow worker is that there was a bully manager who just liked to, dog on like a couple of workers. And what the coworkers there decided to do is every time he got close to one of them and say something, they would all pull out notebooks or their phones and start just like writing it down. Things of that nature. I don't want everyone to think that the strike or the march on the boss is the only thing to fix some problems. There's plenty of smaller shit that you can do to rack up a couple of wins. And ultimately, you get more buy-in from those coworkers who are on the fence if they see changes in the workplace. Oh, that asshole manager is not like really talking down to us anymore. They're more likely to join the effort. At least personally, in my job, we have clients that come in and kind of act like our supervisors for that day. And a lot of them are complete dicks. And, I've never in that time heard an apology, or from any of the people that have been there longer have heard an apology. And one day we got yelled at for like the most minor bullshit that wasn't even our fault. It was their fault. And afterwards, me and another fellow worker who's in the union effort gathered everyone together that was yelled at and who was witness to it, and basically like marched to the other clients and say, we're not going to work with him if he doesn't apologize. And 2 hours later, he kind of came back and apologized to us. That was like the first apology we had ever heard from a client. And it was so beautiful. And I had like two coworkers come up to me kind of after that I'd already done a one-on-one with, but they were a bit iffy, saying they want to help the effort now. So you're ultimately trying to ramp up. You're ultimately trying to make sure that your committee has more and more experience, and you're ultimately trying to get more and more buy-in from your coworkers. And at that point, you and your coworkers can decide what to do with this union effort. I know that elections have kind of been at the news recently. Do you want to talk about that in union elections?
Oh, certainly. I mean, it's very inspiring to see so much work like that being done and such obvious, visible successes. We looked at the UAW stuff earlier, and that is coming across like downright overt class warfare. Presumably, of course, because the circumstances of the UAW workers are such that kind of rhetoric is affected with them. This like overt class warfare shit. Which is nice. I mean, obviously, given in line with my ideology, unions are just one step in a larger social battle against inequitable ownership and political control. So seeing people who have agitated to the point that they can take that next step is very inspiring. But on a fundamental level, right? Like 97% of UAW workers voted for a strike. Sean Fine, it was, I think. Sean something.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I mean, the people who voted him in as UAW president, they're not all like Marxists or anything. They're just people who have become legitimately sympathetic to the rhetoric that he's offering because their experiences with the auto industry has left them feeling so in need of a solution.
Yeah, so, I'm kind of more talking about, union authorization elections rather than, strike votes.
Oh, like all the Starbucks stuff.
Yeah, so I know there's been quite a few NLRB changes recently when it comes to elections.
Oh, yeah.
I watched your stream the other day when you were talking about it, how important it is. And one thing caught my eye in your video. It's the article you read. There's a sentence in it that says, this is not going to make organizing easier necessarily, but it will make union elections easier. And I want to stress that. The vast majority of this work is organizing the shop floor, talking to your coworkers, making sure you have a solid base of support. Mainly because if you do the union election and go for the contract route, your contract is only as good as how much leverage you have in the negotiation. I don't want anyone here to think that just getting an election is going to change the workplace. You know, it's just a written word. The only way to make sure that the written word is backed up and it's powerful is through organizing the shop floor. So if you do decide to go the election route, you need to make sure that you are organizing first and, you know, getting a couple of wins first. And I like to stress that mainly because you will be retaliated against. Like, I know other organizers in business unions, and I'll go more into that in a bit, who were not prepared for retaliation. They had the election, and then they were immediately retaliated against, fired or changed positions, so they weren't talking to each other anymore. The only way to, you know, help prepare you and your coworkers for any retaliation is to make sure that you have a well-run committee that is able to take action. So let's say one of your coworkers are fired and retaliated against for the union effort. Well, if you have a well-run committee who has done direct action before, then you can go out and strike in protest instead of just being like, well, shucks. Does that kind of largely make sense why we stress direct action a bunch over just having an election?
And I think it's also worth remembering, of course, that despite everything being skewed in their favor, you know, the bourgeoisie have to exhibit constant effort.
The owning class.
The owning class, right, have to exhibit constant effort in order to maintain their control in the workplace. You know, they don't sit on their laurels, even with all the rules skewed in their favor. They still have to manually break up unionizing efforts. They have to move people around. They don't sleep. So, of course, nor can we. There's never a point where we get to kick our feet up and go, well, you know, we got that law. We got that, you know, union vote. We're fine now. Until, you know, God willing, they are the owning class. It's always going to be an uphill battle, but it can be made easier.
Yeah, like my big worry, and I love this upsurge in labor activity, is that it's all just going to lead to only elections. And that's my fear because, you know, that doesn't have workshop or workplace organizing. It's really just having a union in name without changing much or changing any of the dynamics, you know, having more control over your life or living in basic decency. I used to be an overnight stalker at Fry's grocery store here. And I was unionized under UFCW. And, you know, we had a contract at a union workplace. But, you know, me and all of my coworkers were making minimum wage and were struggling to feed ourselves and our families. So I don't want, like, the viewers to think that, you know, just getting the election, the contract is the end-all be-all goal. The end-all be-all goal is to change your workplace for the better, to make sure that you and your coworkers are taking action and you and your coworkers are having some medium of control over your lives and not just directed by the owning class. Does that make sense?
Yeah, of course. I fully agree. There have been some successes, you know, but with Starbucks in particular, you're right. I have seen a lot of union votes winning. I don't know how many concessions that I've seen. Maybe more media attention is being given to the votes themselves, or maybe it takes more time, but hopefully people don't get complacent at that point, because you're completely correct. You know, having a union that doesn't actually use their power it's completely aesthetic. It doesn't meaningfully change the relationship between the worker and the business they work at.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to make it seem like I'm just trying to, you know, shit on Starbucks or Amazon Labor Union for just doing the election. I've actually seen quite a bit of news about Starbucks going out on strike, and I love that. I advocate for that. I want to make sure that any and all unions, whether it's the more established unions or, you know, the ones that are just popping up, are doing direct action and are organizing the shop floor. You know, unions in name, you know, that aren't organizing like UFCW, don't really change anything for the working class. My biggest fear is that all this labor agitation is going to be funneled into those bodies that ultimately do nothing. And I want to make sure that, you know, every worker is trained in this organizing, you know, have a bottom-up system so we could eventually form the one big union.
That's one of the reasons I'm so excited about what's happening with the UAW right now, you know, because they're being so militant in organizing. You know, they've been so aggressive with it. Like they weren't content to rest on their laurels. And it's a lot of it, so much is capitalist realism, right? Like a lot of it is what people think is possible. So for them to see these successes in unionization, in the actions taken afterwards, it can only inspire more people to do so. As long as it's handled well, which, you know, hopefully with IWW guidance as appropriate, it can be, we might be able to see this turn into something socially meaningful.
Yeah. Before we kind of end, I don't know how much time I have. Do you want to have chat ask any questions for me so I can answer?
Sure, chat, run them up. I'll be the one. Or would you like to filter the questions? Just look at them directly, or would you like me to throw them at you?
You are trained in this art form, so I would prefer you.
All right, chat, give it a go. Don't be annoying.
Quick question: what's like the last real job, let's say, that you had?
I worked in between semesters at university when I went back to see my folks in Los Angeles. I worked at the same frozen yogurt place that I had worked at prior to leaving for university. I got the job again for a couple of months. So there was that, and prior to that, I was a security guard at a Ross, and I was just a restaurant server. Nothing too glamorous.
Hey, that's the working class, not being glamorous. Is there anything you would change at that yogurt place? Could be the smallest thing.
Yeah, there were a lot of problems with it, though they weren't they were management's fault. They weren't my manager's fault, because my manager had basically no control over the place. He just controlled one of like a couple of locations, and he had like a guidebook or whatever. He was nice. However, yeah, there were some pretty serious issues. I think a large part of it is that despite being on Beverly Drive, there wasn't really any opportunity or incentive for the workers there to make anything unique out of the location. And considering there were only like 2 or 3 of that specific brand of yogurt places, it could have been a kind of like local boutique-y place. I mean, certainly the people traveling through the area had the income to afford, I guess, a higher class experience, but it was totally unfit for the location, because it might as well have been going into like, like Cold Stone Creamery being like the nicer one. It might as well have been like a Baskin Robbins on Rodeo Drive. It was just a total waste of space, and it went under accordingly. Though we did frequently have, who was the celebrity guest? I think it's this guy who's been canceled for rape allegations, so it's probably not the biggest thing to brag about. But he was the '80s porn star. Ron Jeremy. Ron Jeremy used to come by pretty often. Total asshole.
Yeah, so one demand you could have is to make sure Ron Jeremy is not allowed in your workplace.
Oh, yeah, certainly.
Have you caught any questions from chat?
Oh, yeah, certainly. So scrolling up past the point where they're making fun of me for my my froyo stuff. Is it harder or easier to unionize a government job?
I mean, it's a bit different. It's going to be particular to your workplace. I mean, over the past 50 years, the general downtrend in unionization rates have been almost completely from the private sector. And most of the union gains have been won in the public sector. Of course, the negotiating is not just, a boss or management, but it is also the government. But again, I want you to focus on like those small demands and wins you can get in the beginning. There's probably some minute shit at your office or at your job that could be changed. That doesn't require lobbying your legislator or Congress.
I have made some of the mistakes that you detailed in your opening bit, but I still want to unionize my workplace. Should I continue to try, or is it over?
So just because I don't really know the particulars, I think you should still try. Just be aware of that it might come up. And again, you're trying to do this as secretly as possible, right? If you're doing a good job, the boss isn't going to know that you're connected to the current effort, if anything. And the main thing we stress is to make sure that there aren't outliers and leaders in this effort. We want to make sure that it's as evenly distributed amongst the workers as possible. Because if you just have one gung-ho guy, leading this effort, the boss can just fire them, and then that union effort is basically beheaded. But let's say you and all of your coworkers are marching in, and all of you are talking, all of you are making demands. They can't fire all of you. They can't just fire one to cut the effort. At that point, it is the workplace. It is the workers. So even if you made some of these, mistakes, I think you should still try at least. It is your livelihood on the line. I think you should try and have some control over it. But ultimately, talk to a labor organizer, specifically the IWW. But yeah.
Do you have any suggestions for unionizing in workplaces where the majority of the workers are high turnover, like high school employees or something to that effect?
Yeah. So like at my job, there is a massive turnover. So I understand, this fear. And what you want to do is, I talked about social leaders in the beginning. There are going to be vets at any place who have been there for like a year or two, who know the ins and outs. And you want to make sure that they are on board, because ultimately having them on board is going to help, any high turnover with teenagers workplace still lead to direct action.
Can you unionize a company that contracts out to multiple sites? Like, could you unionize a specific site if you're kept separate, or would you have to unionize, make an effort to unionize broadly?
I mean, we advocate for wall-to-wall organizing. So in this case, let's say it's more metaphorical than literal, of like multiple sites. It depends what you and your coworkers decide to have the boundaries of your local be. I mean, of course, we advocate for the one big union, all of you in one union, and you have more effective power in that way. But yeah, I say, try to unionize all of the sites. And one of the reasons why I try and not advocate for going the formal union election route is there are going to be a bunch of disputes about, the local boundaries and who's included in this effort and who isn't. And they're often skewed towards bad union election results. So what I like about just organic organizing is that you and your coworkers can decide what the boundary is.
Do you have any suggestions for how to improve the UFCW for all the grocery workers out there?
Oh, I mean, there's plenty of reform efforts going on in the big established unions. There are probably some UFCW locals that are better, but mine was particularly awful. What I would genuinely just advocate for, and is just organizing like the union isn't there. So, the IWW has, so we do something called dual card campaigns. So what that means is that you're a card carrying member for one union and the IWW. And what we advocate for is just acting like the union isn't there, or treating them like they are the boss. Because many unions are basically just hiring halls in the same sense that companies are. And let's say your union does not allow or has a no strike clause, and your workplace is still like shitty. Like it's, Phoenix summers are literal hell on earth, and warehouses are, just hot boxes basically. And if your union isn't fucking doing anything to fix that, just have you and your coworkers organize like the union isn't there. Ultimately, bottom-up approaches to you and your coworkers organizing is the most effective way for changing your workplace, rather than trying to reform a top-heavy bureaucratic system.
Yeah, do you think that'd be difficult? Because people would go like, well, what do you mean union? We already have a union. Then they point to like the piece of crap they've been stuck with.
Yeah, that's why I advocate for, speaking the language without the vocab. Like, there's all that baggage with the U word. But if you just say, hey, all of us should, march on the boss or come together to tell the boss what, that is still basically doing the actions of unions without saying it. Ultimately, I think that's one way, but you should still say, well, they aren't doing anything about it. It's we need to take it into our own hands to fix this problem, whether they're here or not.
I think that's an interesting suggestion. Yeah, sometimes it feels like these gigantic sectoral unions that do nothing are a kind of controlled opposition, where, there's all the pomp and circumstance of union rep, but in reality, they do basically nothing for you. And that would probably make it, in many cases, harder, because then people already have kind of a dampened view of what unions can do for them. I like that, using the, don't say the U word approach as a kind of catch-all way of managing that.
Yeah, again, like the main lesson I want to teach, and I want, literally all viewers to take, and I'm talking to you specifically individually, the chatter or viewer, is that it is up to you and your coworkers to fix this. It is not going to be fixed by, union or government bureaucrats stepping in. Joe Biden's America is going to make CEOs illegal. Ultimately, if you want to make CEOs illegal, it is going to be up to you and your coworkers changing your workplace conditions.
Inshallah.
But yeah, I believe that's it for everything I was hoping to cover. Do you have anything else for me?
If you have a little bit more time, I would be happy to field more questions from chat.
Yeah, go for it. I just wasn't sure if you had like a time restriction or anything.
We covered a lot before you came on. I was satisfied with a lot of that coverage. This has been a very pro-union stream. I'm very happy with it. Chat, continue. There were people in chat asking about unionizing and coding jobs. That's pretty vague. What I'm guessing they're asking is that in Silicon Valley or tech jobs generally, if you're familiar with anything that could be adapted to the culture of that environment.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of Silicon Valley culture.
It's not good.
Yeah, like the only thing that comes up is like everyone thinking they're an entrepreneur or some shit. But going back to coding, like let's say you're trying to organize a place full of coders. I assume a lot of you are remote workers. And I think genuinely one of the best benefits of the IWWs, we also help train for remote workers and how to organize that. I'm not personally experienced with that, but there's a couple of
a great point. Yeah,
there's a couple of fellow workers here in Phoenix that are more knowledgeable about it. So I can't really go more into the specifics that I don't personally know. But if you have any questions related to like remote working or organizing in general, you can email us at phoenix@iww.org.
That's an
for
excellent,
any specific questions.
Yeah, stuff specific to remote worker organizing. That's an interesting one. I hadn't even thought about that. That's got to have its own set of challenges.
Yeah, but I assume coders have like a lot of leverage. Like you literally control the website in your hands. Like a lot of the managers or coders that might come in to be strike breakers aren't going to be able to read the code or know it as in and out as the coders themselves. You have a lot of leverage in your hand that I don't think coders are aware of.
Yeah, I think a lot of people underestimate their leverage in general because they're so oversold on the idea of worker replaceability. A lot of workers are replaceable, some of them very much so, but even the most replaceable workers, they usually can't field new people in for a while. Like the whole process of putting out petitions and employment and such, I mean, it all takes time. And even if you think like, oh, they could replace me in a day or whatever, well, no. And the inconvenience of you not doing your job for even a couple of weeks on your own, that would be significant. You with the rest of your workplace, like 20 people at a grocery store. I mean, could all of you be replaced individually given enough time? Yeah, maybe sure, yeah. But how much would it cost the boss to have to do that on the fly, right?
Yeah, I mean, I want everyone to think of union efforts as how to get leverage in a negotiation. Like, you're not just here to like slap a banner at your workplace. You're trying to think of it as how do we get the most leverage and fuck over the boss the most to get our demands. And of course, the number one way is screwing over profits. And you might think you're replaceable, but as you just said, replacing people, retraining people takes a lot of time. And I think everyone has seen like small business owners complaining about like no one wants to work anymore, and that's mainly because they have shitty workplace conditions. It's difficult to replace people. So I don't want anyone to think that just because their job is let's say in flux in terms of security or that has high turnover rate that you don't have leverage in this.
Yeah, I agree completely. I think a lot of this is like very deliberate myth making. The idea that, like, oh, wow, strike? How could you ever manage to do that when, you're so replaceable? I think a lot of this is like snakish disinfo designed to keep people complacent or at the very least, to keep them discouraged. One person is asking about unions and employee-owned companies. I imagine the answer to that would be very similar to the one previous, which is you treat it as though the union's not there. Well, you treat it as though the employee ownership is not there, correct?
So I assume that's kind of about co-ops. Is that correct?
Yeah, well, I think they said they had, what was it, an ESOP program? I don't know if it's proper employee ownership like a worker co-op, more like profit sharing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not entirely sure what that is referring to. Again, like if you have issues at your workplace that you and your coworkers want to change, organize to fix it. I mean, that's like the most baseline advice I can give. Like, even if it is worker owned and you have problems with it, you still organize to fix them.
Yeah, I agree completely. Let me see really quickly.
I assume like chatters, if you have any questions about like social anxiety and talking to your coworkers, feel free to ask them because most union efforts die in that second phase of trying to build the committee and talking to your coworkers. So if you have any specific questions about talking to your coworkers, I would love to hear them.
Yeah, we've talked about autistic Riz quite a lot. And, chat, it's eventually, it's put up or shut up, okay? You're going to Riz your way into an equitable and considerate workplace. This is the time. This is the chance. Yeah, the social stuff is, I like you said, that's where most of it dies. I think that's where most people are going to struggle, not just because of the demographics of the community to which you're currently speaking, but also because it's just difficult to get people motivated in a time of so much disillusionment. I think people are just trend towards cynicism right now. And sometimes people turn that to anger in a constructive way, and sometimes they just kind of,
Yeah, that's why we try and advocate for the AIOU model. If they're disillusioned, you got to get their blood moving. You got to agitate them. And you want to make sure it's not just, leading to a bunch of cynicism or they're just angry and don't know what to do. Because I feel like that's, a lot of the coverage when it comes to how shitty the world is. It just says how shitty the world is without like how to change it. Or, I know a lot of people say, well, just organize, and then are not given any instruction. So you want to make sure that your workers, that your fellow workers aren't just like disillusioned, but that they're a bit angry and know that collective and direct action gets the goods. I can talk a bit about like my personal experience.
Sure. I see one
if you don't mind.
in chat I want to respond to super quick, then yes, right ahead. Someone was asking for terms to use instead of bourgeoisie, which is a phenomenal question for my chat. And I just want to say, in my experience, no matter what the workplace is, you can say the management and that will work fine. That is an almost universal term, which carries with it so much disdain for the average working person.
Yeah, like management is completely fine. Like that's mainly the vocab I like to use like most day in, day out. I just prefer, let's say broad scope wise, I just like to say the owning class. Some wobblies like to say the employing class, mainly because bourgeoisie just sounds, let's say abstract. Like it's not inherent of what it means. And I like the owning class because it's just like, oh, they own our workplace, our homes, the lands. It's pretty intuitive.
Yeah, you don't want to come across like a wannabe 19th century revolutionary. Whatever language that people, I mean, if it's mostly a blue workplace, right, where people kind of, everyone's chewing tobacco and spitting it into comically large and like loud copper pots right next to them. I don't know, like the management, de bois. Just, yeah, stray away from the language you see on Twitter, I think. Don't call anyone comrade. Yeah, you guys can do it. I believe in you, okay? I believe in you. Sorry. But yeah, tell us about your experience, please.
Yeah, so, talking about like social anxiety and just talking to your coworkers, I personally used to be just a complete mess socially. Like I could not, talk to people and like look them in the eye like a couple of years ago. And I think like one of the main things that motivated me to like literally put up or shut up, because I was reading a bunch and about, labor history and the history of the left in general. And I remember one night at dinner with my parents, love them, by the way, I don't want anyone to get a bad impression of them. But, one time at dinner, we were talking about climate change and all of the effects that are going to come from it. And, we were talking about solutions, and I forget exactly what, but they gave very milquetoast responses or didn't really register like the gravity of the situation. And like in my head, I just thought, like, what did you and your generation do to stop this? And, instead of being like a loser son and like yelling that at them, I had this terrifying thought of like, what am I going to say to like some punk kid in like 2035 or 2040? Like, what did you do to stop this? Like, all of the effects of climate change, the rights of workers being more diminished. And I couldn't stomach that feeling of saying I didn't do anything because I was too nervous to talk to people. Like, I want everyone to understand, all of the viewers, that it is ultimately up to you and your coworkers. And ultimately, you have to be social. Again, I'm not asking you to like not be fearful. I'm asking you to be brave. And the best way of becoming social and learning is through direct experience of putting yourself out there and learning how to communicate properly.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I think that to a large extent, the collective anomie or alienation that people have experienced to an increasing extent over the past few decades has been both a byproduct and cause of decreasing worker and union representation. The more people think of workplaces in a sort of gig economy, contract worker fashion, you get thrown in there. You never know your hours. You don't know anyone you're working with. People get turned over every 3 months. There's no social gain there. There's nothing to latch onto, nothing to feel good about. And as a consequence of that, it is, obviously people feel terrible, but also it makes it really, 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 really difficult to organize. But I think that the workplace, right now, your boss may not be your family, but your workplace should feel like a part of your home. I think it should be a place where you have a degree of control and social investment that makes it feel like your space, at least to some extent. We can't have everyone at a factory line, doiling up their own machine, or maybe we can, I don't know, but something like that. And I think that with that attitude, that's something that has to be worked towards. And if that means learning how to riz people up on the path towards unionization, then consider your efforts to become more social both a personal and a political act. Because I certainly think that is the case. I think that the powers that be benefit from your social incompetence.
Yeah, I mean, the owning class is trying to atomize the workers, trying to make sure that they aren't talking. Like, just getting your coworker's number is a political act, is a social act. And ultimately, again, you want to make sure that you and your coworkers have control over your lives. Again, no one likes the, uncertainty of like whether they're going to be able to pay rent in a couple of months, that your livelihood and your ability to have a home and feed yourself are just held by oftentimes a singular person. I do this so I can have some certainty in my life. And I want to make sure that everyone has some like bit of control over their lives. And, you talking to your coworkers is how you control your life, is how we, the working class, get what we want. The New Deal era between like the 1930s and 70s, all of the massive gains that came out from that, standard of living doubling for the working class came about from the unions, came about from them deciding to go out on strike against their bosses. The reason why we have, the weekend, why we had some control over child labor laws is from the unions going out on strike, making sure that the average worker is talking to one another. I need everyone here, everyone that is viewing this, to talk to their coworkers.
No, I agree completely. And it'll make you happier too, frankly. You all could benefit, I think, from going outside a little more often than you do, in my personal opinion. I see how chat talks to each other. You could do for it a little. So it's a benefit for everyone, really, including your workplaces. Man, I really appreciate you coming on to talk. I think we've covered some really important ground here. And I hope you know that you are very welcome to come on again in the future, in case there are developments or you want to expand on anything specific. But I would encourage people watching to remember, as fun as it is to get all your political information disseminated entirely through the funny man stream, the IWW is not a guy talking to me. It's an organization with many workers and people who do outreach. So, yeah, if you have questions... Go.
Yeah, I was just going to say, before we end this, just got to promote the industrial workers of the world, IWW. If you're interested in joining and getting trained, go to iww.org and sign up there. If you are in the Phoenix area, and everyone, post frogs if you're in the greater metropolitan Phoenix area. If you're in the Phoenix area, Sorry, what'd you say?
I'm sorry to those people. I apologize.
Oh, I mean, I could talk about Phoenix forever, but if you're in the Phoenix area, contact Phoenix branch of the IWW, Phoenix at IWW Phoenix at Gmail. Wait, no, hold on. Sorry, I'm forgetting my own Gmail right now. I said it earlier.
I do it all the time.
Phoenix at IWW.org. Or you could follow us on our socials at IWWPHX. Feel free to reach out if you are interested in organizing. Most likely, if you reach out to the Phoenix branch, you'll meet me.
Fantastic. Well, chat, you better act on that. You know, I expect I expect you guys to take this seriously. If you really care about improving your workplaces, you know, it's not just about stopping by for a stream. Thank you very much. I really do appreciate you coming on.
Yeah, it was a pleasure. Thank you for having us on. I really appreciate it.
Of course. Have a wonderful day.
You too. Bye.
Bye. Chat. I mean it. I want you guys to take it seriously. Yes, that was a good discussion. And please remember that if you have any additional questions, reach out to the email provided, or go to the IWW website or anything of that sort. Will you post this on YouTube? Yeah, why wouldn't I? Of course. Chatters were asking about nonprofit unionizing. I think that his answer to that would have been the same. I think the IWW strategy is, you know, you talk about it without saying union. So no matter what type of workplace, fundamentally, you know, it's about the labor conditions and agitating the workplace and getting people invested in what can be done to improve it. Do we really have to talk to our coworkers, or were they just joking? I'm sure that was a joke. I'm sure that was a joke. Well, anyway, take it seriously, folks. All right. Okay. Kat, what debate are you talking about that you were talking about? What? I need to trim my nails. Holy shit. Okay, I disagreed with you. I don't promise any debate. I have to read donos. This has been like a whole union stream. We talked about that, Molzor. Molzor, you need to listen. Molzor's question is it impossible to unionize at a remote work job? Molzor, I don't think you only just came in. We had a thing at a remote work. We talked about that. And he said that while he's not an expert on it, there are people at the IWW who specialize in that specifically. You have to listen. On the Ayanna Presley situation? What Ayanna Presley situation? Do you want to talk about how fascists hate art? I do often talk about that specific subject. Oh, yeah. Emotional effect. Good art improves mood. Bad art makes you feel weird. It's crazy how much these people are like mental infants who run away from anything that challenges them, like in any way. Bad makes you feel... Good art boosts energy. Bad art saps energy. It's like, yeah. With Vivek, you called her statement racist. I consulted the blacks. We disagree. Okay. I'm afraid you're going to have to keep your disagreement. Wait. You mean we don't need brown voices with non-brown... We don't need brown faces with non-brown voices? No, that's a stupid thing to say. Yeah, I don't care. 5-hour energy is the best art. True. True. That feeling pathologic is an art. Jason O'Connell and Power Sir, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Skeeter Reed, thank you for the $5. Congrats on your hospital unionizing. Hell yeah, that's fantastic. Jason O'Connell, how would I march on someone? Jason O'Connell, you've made multiple donations here. How would I march on someone like Elon at Tesla, Texas, and his pool of workers? Surely there is a boss for this factory. So, Jason O'Connell, these questions were answered. It doesn't matter how many people work there or what the system of work is. It's about following. See, Jason O'Connell, you've already lost because you're thinking about it. You're thinking about like you're putting the cart before the horse. You're not marching on Elon. You're talking to your coworkers, listening to their concerns. Like it's about building something up. Cyprian, thank you for the 2 $5 donos. What would happen to unions if co-ops were to overtake traditional jobs? Like proper worker cooperatives? In a proper worker cooperative, I don't really know why people would need a union, because theoretically the union would arrive at exactly the same conclusions as the worker cooperative, because both are democratic organizations that represent the exact same people. But sure, if they want to unionize, go for it. I don't know much about unions and worker cooperatives. That's like a really specific... Zakis, thank you for $3. Skeeter Reed, thank you for the 5. YOLO Han Solo, thank you for the $2. Hell yes. Fantasy George, thank you for the $10. Yes, I'm sure Fantasy George. You know, anything that inconveniences the tobacco lobby would destroy the economy. Benjamin Gilbert Leaf, thanks for the $10. Vosh, can you do a video on who Fred Hampton was and his legacy? Probably not. I've talked about him like a million times. I probably have videos on him. Balthazar, thank you for the 5. Pareto Salad, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Really appreciate that. Welcome back to your shiny name. Isabel Danielle, thank you for the $10. Captain Viridian, thank you for the $10. To be clear, the railroads rolled over for the auto companies. If in the 1900s the railroads did half the shenanigans they did in the 1800s, we'd be living in an actual socialist world by now. Well, right now, the railroads are... excuse me. The railroads are very dead set on maximizing profit by hyperfixating on a few very specific, like short distance freight lines that make them a lot of money. The people say that rail is dead. Rail is not dead. Rail just decided they could make more money from moving coal from point A to point B than they could moving people from point A to point B. Campaign thing? Oh, holy shit, you made this? This looks dope as shit, Vermin. What the fuck? Okay, hold on. Uh-oh. Why is the group chat for myself, Tempest, and Ryan have messages in it? Are they mad at me? Okay, they're not mad at me, thank God. Western just lots more time about it. All my chats want to talk to you directly. Miss you having good faith arguments. Kat, after any time I say anything on stream, I get multiple emails from people saying that they have disagreements and want to talk to me about it. And my experience is that generally speaking, it's a waste of time to have them, because it's usually just people not interpreting my statement in good faith, or like I have a disagreement with them that is irreconcilable, but like also very quickly arrived at. Or most often I feel it's just like I need to explain like 2 or 3 things and that's it. But also I don't really care. Like, it's just not a wedge issue I care more. I don't know, Tempest. I forget about shit all the time. Guys, look at Vermin's art. This is some proper like fucking the steps shit right here. How cool does that look, huh? Money button? Oh shit, you're right. I love the money button. The Warlock's patron? That looks cool as hell. Makes me feel weird. Must be bad art. Yeah. The funny thing is that even within like the fascist mindset, they don't believe that shit, right? Because like there are a ton of fascists who love like Evangelion or whatever. It's like nobody would argue that that doesn't make you feel weird. I will, Tempest. Dave the Vader, thank you for the $5. My pleasure. Ersikar Tejan, thank you for the incredibly kind $20. I really appreciate that. Finally got home from work, wanted to say there's at least one middle manager in Western PA that supports unions before stream ends. Hell yes. Guys, take heart, for we have the support of at least one middle manager in Western Pennsylvania. We've got God on our side, folks. Always remember and be social. Thank you. The Real Smash Bandicoot, thank you for the $2. True. Colberto23, thank you for the $10. Is Trump incapable of realizing that if he just shut up in 2020, then he wouldn't be indicted and have a legit shot in 2024? Or is he just that big of a dumbass? Moderation and self-control aren't like well-known tendencies of fascist ideologues. Griabon, thank you for the two $5 dono. Really appreciate that. Yes, Seattle is filled with anarchists. Oh, I don't know, Kat. That's very, very, very specific. I don't know if that would describe the experiences of many people in a workplace. I wouldn't know how that works necessarily. Thoughts on low-level managers joining unions? That really depends on the union structure. Like, if it's a large enough workplace that sometimes managers are like low level enough relatively that they're basically just workers themselves. Like that, there are examples of workplaces where sometimes the manager is like one step up, but like they don't really have much control. And in those cases, I'm sure there are union structures that can allow for that. But you know, in many cases, low level managers are also pieces of shit. So, Boobin. Lefty McLefterson, I own neither 511 pants nor Levi's, so I couldn't really say. Sudson, thank you for the $1. Jack D117, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Dino Man, thank you for the 4 $5 donos. I really appreciate that. The mass shooting happened at UNC. It was committed by a Chinese grad student. I'm surprised more grad students don't commit mass shootings. He murdered his advisor who treated him well, allegedly. I heard this from a friend. For what we learned, he lives on the grind. He never talked to a single woman in his entire life, so he's very misogynistic. That sounds like a classic Chinese experience, what with their demographics. He grew up in the worst province of Chinese public education, the Henan province, known for severely sociopathic competition and income inequality. Okay, so this is literally like grind set incel shit, right? Like came up from nothing, worked incredibly fucking hard to get out of poverty. Never like socialized, never had like anything, and then lost his mind, you know? That's really sad. Not that that justifies mass shooting. Fuck that guy. But it's still sad. Little guy, little man. Whenever he wants to get in a little cubby back there, he like stomps all over the router. I mean the modem, and I always get worried. Now he's mowling. Why are you mowling? Meow. He literally meow. Meow. He learned to be loud from Pigeon. Come on out here, buddy. Wow, you're so clean. Oh, yeah. Can I help you? Can I help you? We want to escape? Do we wish to run? Do we wish to zoom? Do we long to... I think we long to zoom. Wow. Hey, your balance is getting better. You just balanced on one leg. But I got you anyway. Ooh, he wants to zoom so badly. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Yep. Yeah, he seeks freedom. He's bapping the ball around. All right. Palm Tree Nirvana, thank you so much for the two $20 donos. I really appreciate that. Thank you. It's very kind of you. Not even a message. Sake, thank you for the 4 tier 1 subs. I have legitimately been planning when to do it. Well, sorry, that might sound really ambiguous to people who aren't in the know. To do Okay Buddy Vosh. Yeah. When do kittens get fixed? I think it's about time to lop his balls off. Prevents testicular cancer and also from him trying to fuck pigeons. So let's, you know. Yeah, no balls for you. Yoink. Prairie Fire, thanks to $2. If my cows unionize, I'm ruined. Yeah, no doubt. Or strike. Rex Gardner, thank you for the $5 or €5. Sorry. How much money would you make in OnlyFans being dressed like Trump and getting picked by ladies with rods dressed? You mean getting railed by MAGA? I have no idea, but I think you're king posting right now. So if you want to do that, you get that shit, king. Friendly Flame, thank you for the tier 3 sub. I met IRL communists in the U district who were organizing an armed revolution. Oh, so you met students. They rejected me after I used the word incremental. You'll take my money, though. I assume you're memeing, but if you're not, the U district and many other parts of Seattle are full of infant baby leftists who are ready to right this second foment armed revolution. And they're dumb. Aaron, thank you for the $20. I really appreciate that. UAW worker here. What's up? Sean Fain is the most base union lead we've had in a long time. Everyone I've talked to is ready to strike. That's so fucking exciting. I'm like actually very, very... Okay. It's a neighbor doing something noisy, but I couldn't make the noise out. I didn't know if it was like a cat doing something bad, but it's from outside. Okay, it's fine. Benjamin with the $10. TYT video aside, the TYT is actually a really important story about media corruption and its relation to capital. How do you fix this kind of problem? You have to fix capital. You can't get money out of media until you get like money. There's incremental stuff you can do, but it's all like big law stuff, you know? On the ground, I don't know how much we can really do. Maybe I'm wrong on that. It's just very complicated, very top-down. Big Cheese Wheel, thank you for the very kind tier 2 sub. This guy deserves some clout. I'll be the one to decide that. What's happening here?
My favorite type of heroes are the ones
I'm going to assume this isn't copyright, but I also just don't like listening to music.
that shoot police. We should shoot 'em in the state.
All right, nice meme. It's like shoot them with cameras, but the joke is that the song says otherwise. Nice. No Fed posting in song form either. Nerodia, thank you for the $5. Yeah, it's lame. It's lame. It's like LARPy lame Fed bullshit, you know. Got your ass, Big Cheese Wheel. Nerodia, thank you for the $5. I'll keep it in mind. Still alive, thanks to $5. LA City Council to regulate van lords who rent RVs to homeless people. Good. Though, like, whenever you see this shit, like a big lot of it or whatever, you're looking at some kind of slumlord shit, okay? There is a lot of fucked up stuff that goes on with RVs and, like, the... Yeah. Ugh. Ronnie James, thank you for the tier 1 sub. What's the brand of heavyweight t-shirt you've been wearing on stream? Abercrombie & Fitch. And they have various, like, thread weights that are all pretty good, I think. Ashton Eidsmo, thank you for the $20. My workplace got hit with a class action lawsuit, so here's some of my settlement money. Thank you. What are your thoughts on the new Mortal Kombat and South of Midnight? I don't know anything about South of Midnight. I find the Mortal Kombat thing kind of sad, to be honest. I don't like... One of the reasons I tend not to like video games, or sorry, not video games, why I tend not to like fighting video games is because it's like, oh, here's like 50 games in a series where we keep the gameplay almost exactly the same and we just like update the visuals or whatever. But with Mortal Kombat 1, they're like doing a story reboot or whatever. Do something new. Fuck. Like, it's also tedious, you know? Like, yeah, it's like FIFA games. It's like stays the same every time. Yeah. Street Fighter at least doesn't come out as often, but Mortal Kombat comes out so often, man. Layla Spellman, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Really appreciate that. Sharing the love. Have a wonderful day, 5 random people. I'm sure they will. Thank you. Benjamin Gilbert Leaf, thank you for the $50. I really appreciate that. Is there any way to solve the problem with media funding? How can we stop capital or even just normal systemic driven decisions from interfering? I don't know. No society has ever solved the problem of like people with money buying out media, except from just not having media. Like, you're always going to have media be beholden to the interests of the people who allow media to exist. I don't. He's so loud now. I just I don't know. I genuinely don't know. It's just a subject that I don't know that much about it. It's very important, but it's so difficult. Bosch is hilariously wrong because he doesn't know fighting games. Dog, look at how many fucking Mortal Kombats there are. I know not all of them are main series games, but the main series ones all play. No, I am not going to tolerate people being contrarian on this, okay? I'm not going to tolerate it, all right? These games mostly play the same. Don't pretend otherwise. I know that if you're really into them, there are like minute differences that could, but I've been really into Smash Bros since the N64 days, and they're mostly the same. Since Melee, they've been mostly the same. They play the same, and certainly since the Wii U and then up to this, it's just like it's the same game. It's just like, well, it gets shinier. Wait, actually wrong? No. Oh my god. Oh my god, you guys are actually gonna listen. Just because this is your stupid fucking autistic fixation and you're dude, bro, didn't you know they added trips and brawl? Bro, the system for ledge grabs was totally revamped and they play basically the same. If you don't think that, that's because you're an autistic fuck who only plays one fucking game and you don't know enough about how different games can play to understand what different games feel like, all right? Yes, all the Mortal Kombat games, not like the Game Boy Advance ones, but like the mainline Mortal Kombat games, yes, they're all pretty much the same. Games in a series tend to be pretty much the same, with different levels of tedium. Sometimes they invent to different extents or whatever, but like oftentimes no. I guarantee you that there are Mortal Kombat games that we could look at without graphical changes that are like basically just like the same fucking game. Like, oh, they added 2 extra frames of hit detection and the hurt box for the Sub-Zero's hurt box used to be this shape, but now it's this shape. Like, no, it's not like significant differences, okay? It's tweaking. They're tweaking a formula. Same with the FIFA games, same with the NBA Jam, whatever. Fucking, I don't like games like this. I think Smash games enough differences in combat to be content to be significant. That's because you don't know what, again, like, you don't know what I'm talking about. You infantile. You have no clue. We're talking about the difference between making a full new game and tweaking an existing formula. The NBA games tweak an existing formula. The FIFA games tweak an existing formula. The Mortal Kombat games tweak an existing formula, okay? The Smash games tweak an existing formula, albeit to a lesser extent than Mortal Kombat or FIFA or whatever. There's a different, like same with like fucking Call of Duty or whatever. Those games, these like serial franchise games, Assassin's Creed, it's the same game. It's the same game. The fundamental experience of playing these games is basically the same. The fundamental experience of playing Mortal Kombat 1 2023 will be about the same as the fundamental experience of playing Mortal Kombat 11 or X or whatever. The fundamental experience. Same with the Pokemon games. Most of them. Most of the Pokemon games, pretty much same fundamental experience, okay? Would you say that Soulsborne games are the same because they have the same formula? To an extent, yeah, 100%. Like, From Software is like tweaking and refining. Yeah, I think I would argue Sekiro is enough of a difference. I think you could say Bloodborne, the Souls games, and Elden Ring are all in like the tweaky variety. I think Sekiro, the actual gameplay experience of Sekiro, I think is quite different to the other ones. But yeah, I would say so. I would argue they do it in a way that's like interesting. I don't think fighting games tend to, at least not to the same extent. certainly there is a significantly larger difference in effort between Dark Souls 3, Bloodborne, and Elden Ring than there is between Mortal Kombat 10, 11, and 12. You know, like, I think that's pretty obvious. I haven't talked about Street Fighter, Kaz. At least acknowledge other fighting games tweak the formulas more. The difference between Guilty Gear XX and XRD are minute but astronomical changes. This is the problem with talking to fighting game fans. Minute but astronomical changes. Like, there's no amount of dick they could eat that would silence them on the... Guys, I know, okay? I did Smash tourneys. I'm fully aware of the significance and a difference of a slight change in the hitbox. So oh, dude, bro, block canceling now happens before the thing, rather. I know, I'm aware. That's not, I'm not saying that they're the same identical game. I'm saying that it's the same gameplay experience. No, you don't know, Vosh? I do know, thank you. 2D Siggy, I'm never going to move you over. You're fully in the sauce. You're fully in the sauce now. Vosh, I disagree in your interpretation here, but I don't even use that style of framework because I wouldn't call DS1 and Elden Ring the same game. No, I wouldn't either. But I would call a lot of the Pokemon games the same game because they're the same fucking game. They're the same fucking game. You know what expansion packs used to be? Calling different Pokemon games different games is like saying that like Half-Life Blue Shift isn't the same game as Half-Life 1 or whatever. It's the same game. It's an expansion pack. It's the exact same game. They've just added more stuff into it. It's the exact same fucking game, you know? How does this differ from basically all sequels? There are sequels that have like way more significant differences to the point where the fundamental gameplay experience is way different. The Witcher games, Witcher 1, 2, and 3, are all linked, I think, by like narrative. Like they're all linked by their story. But if they were all of different universes, like if you drop the connection with Geralt and Witchers and blah blah, and it's just like the game, but you swap the names out, nobody would think they're the same game, like, at all. Though Witcher 3 is the same game as the two expansions, Witcher 3 Blood and Wine and Witcher 3 the other one, obviously, because they're just expansion packs. They're DLC. DLC is just the new term for expansion pack. I just don't like it when people sell DLC or expansion packs as an entirely new game and they pretend that it's a new game. Pokemon is terrible about it. Pokemon games are terrible, by the way. Horrible games. You have horrible taste. Seriously. They crap out these shit fucking games that are full of bugs. They're unfinished. They're unattractive. They can't even get the aesthetics right. You'd think it'd be a good aesthetic game, right? You could crank out a prettier game than the team that put out that fucking god-awful 3D mess, and a less buggy one too, with an indie studio in the same time frame. And in fact, I'm pretty sure they have before. Truly disgraceful. But they know you fucking pigs will eat whatever's thrown at you in the slop, so it gets to be one of the most profitable game series ever, with approximately $5 invested in every game. You know what I played recently? It was like Cassette Beasts. That was like Pokemon, kind of, though there were lots of meaningful changes. That was a lot of fun. I felt like there was a lot of unique spice thrown into that one. That one was pretty cool. That one was pretty cool. Pokemon ROM hacks are actually 1000% better than the original. Pokemon is cool because basically any change you could make to the original formula improves it. It's like Minecraft in that sense, though I will admit that, you know, I do want to build a Spanish villa. I will admit that. Why are you so loud? Ruben wants to bite pigeons so bad. What, Royal Rose? So you're saying you want forever style games, just like keep them adding new updates? No, I want them to stop making the game. I want new games. Is what I want. I want new games. Zoomy boy. I think you'd really like the Splatoon games then. Well, I'm not 8, so probably not. I just checked out some high-level MK1 gameplay, and it's the same. Chat needs to shut the fuck up. Yeah, no, it's because when people get really invested in a series, the tiny tweaks and changes like make a lot of difference to them. But the problem is, I feel like it is both like I feel like it's very creatively damaging to have a content production model where you get people hooked on a very, very specific product, and then you just make more of it with very few iterations or changes because people are already hooked in the concept. So they're so into it that even slight differences feel like big ones to them. And then you have like a captive audience basically. And I just don't like, I feel like people are more creatively interesting and engaged as a whole when people will complete a game and think, wow, I wish I had more of that. Oh, too bad. And then they have to go find another game to play, you know? Or if there is going to be more of that, like another studio makes another game, another IP. I'm not saying I'm always against sequels, because there are plenty of sequels that like justify their existence, but a lot of them certainly fucking do not. This is the 10th time you've done this rant, and I will never stop. He's clawing at my feet. Does this mean you have a problem with the concept of improving upon a good game concept slash franchise? Like, I'm an RPG nut and I love to see new tweaks in existing concept of the RPG. Well, games like RPGs are different from games like fighting games because in RPGs, the vast majority of the content will be engaging with the specific story, places, and people. Like, it's a narrative game that you navigate through like choice-based changes to your character and engagements with other like conversational trees or whatever. Like, all of that stuff is if you made a game, if you made like a giant RPG and then you use the exact same engine to make a new RPG in a new setting with new people, I don't think that's a tweak on the same formula. You're making a whole new fucking game. You're just using like a platform to build out. But it's different when it's like a fighting game because in a fighting game, the mechanic, like the baseline, is the game, you know? The specific way in which you play it, like that is the game. It's you don't open up Mortal Kombat 1 and engage with 40 hours of new specific content based on the same format or engine or whatever. It's like the same, you know. I think it's different. Starfield comes out tomorrow. I'm not playing Starfield. I'm not playing a fucking Bethesda. Are you guys? They made the last thing they made was Fallout 76. I'm not playing fucking Starfield. Are you fucking kidding me? Did you guys see that leak? The one where it was literally just Skyrim again? The fucking guard came up. Did you see that leak? The guard came up and it was what are you doing here? And then you can respond with two options, one of which being I'm so sorry and the other being I am evil, mohaha. And then he responded I'm evil, mohaha. And the guard said, so you're going to go hard, are you? It's the same game. It's the same game. Have they even updated the engine? It's the same game. Bethesda is a trash studio, okay? And the only reason you all fell for it is because you liked the broken mess, like a million miles wide, 1 inch deep, fucking nonsense model of Oblivion and of Skyrim, and people fell for it, and you all fell for it, and the only good game in this entire fucking runoff was the one not made by Bethesda, just using their engine, and the worst part of New Vegas was its engine. A lot of New Vegas was held back by the fact that Bethesda is shit at coding. And if you don't want me to do shit at coding, look at 76. 76 was like a nightmare. And I know it wasn't by the same team. Yeah, but they headed it. They promoted it. They talked about it to their people. Yeah, but yeah, exactly. Bethesda's a slop factory. No, I haven't played Morrowind, but it also came out 20 years ago. So I don't think its quality is indicative of the performance of Bethesda, the studio today. I can't look at Starfield footage. It'll probably get, like, DMCA'd. Bosch with the stupidly hyperbolic video game. Dude, if you think it's stupidly hyperbolic to say that Bethesda's a slop factory, then you're a pig, and you're eating the shit that they're shitting directly into your open mouth. How many times does this have to happen? You know what came out before 76? Fallout 4. Fallout 4 fucking sucked. Yes, it did. I have watched so many videos breaking it down. I've seen the cutscenes. I've seen the dialogue choices. Everything about it's dog shit. They cut it all down and made the shooting better. Wow, they made the shooting better than fucking Fallout 3. Wow, incredible. Jesus. And everything was dog shit. The story didn't make sense. The writing was terrible. There's no meaningful decision making. Everything was bad. And Fallout 3 was bad too. Yeah, Fallout 3 was bad too. And Skyrim was bad. Yeah, Skyrim's really dumb. The only thing you guys remember about Skyrim is breaking the broken-ass game, the primal fucking Pavlovian obsession with entering cave, crouch archer sniping. You remember the effects of 50 trillion mods that you have tried to install and then failed to because they weren't compatible with each other and the game wouldn't work. I bet, how many times have you guys made it beyond Whiterun recently? Oh, Skyrim was great. I'm going to boot it up again. Installs mod pack, uninstalls mod when the game crashed, tweaks. Multiple days later, you start the game, you do your thing, you get to Whiterun. Wow, that was fun. Okay, time to call it a day. And then you never play again. And then when you play again in 4 years, you're like, well, I should start from the beginning, obviously, because, like, what if I make different choices? Oh, time to start again, blah, 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 blah. Get to Whiterun. Oh, it was a good day, blah, blah, blah. See, they're not good games. I'm sorry. They're games that are phenomenal at hooking people with the promise of go anywhere, do anything, when in reality, it's not. You might as well just go play, like, a slop, like, shovelware Unity engine game where you can walk on a gigantic map the size of Antarctica and encounter, like, random spawning skeletons that you can clip through or whatever. It's nothing. It's garbage. It's dog shit. It's dog shit. It's dog shit. It's dog shit. And what's that one guy's name? What's the one guy's name? What's the Todd Howard? Todd Howard hates you. He would kill your mother if he could. He hates you. He lied every step of the way up to the release of 76 and continued to lie covering for the studio the entire time after. After every embarrassment, he never demonstrated a single fucking bit of conciliatory, of apology. Everything had to be squeezed out of the company. And they lied about the apologies too. Why would I play Starfield? And yet everyone's like, oh, I can't wait to play Starfield. Why? The world's really big. Fucking games with infinite maps. Play Minecraft. It's really big. Who cares? You all fell for this with fucking No Man's Sky. You fell for this. Dude, it's big world, big as universe, make planet. Wow, you can make planet? You fell for this before. Yeah, you know what else is really big? Outside. Go. $16 times the detail. Okay, fine, Splatoon enjoyers. You've made your fucking point. No, Nintendo's terrible at it, baby boy. Didn't they fix No Man's Sky? They didn't fix No Man's Sky by improving the initial premise. They fixed it by, like, adding a bunch of the shit they initially, like, lied about or misrepresented. Like, nobody listen, okay? Being able to go anywhere and do anything means nothing. You can do that in real life. Go outside and die to a car. Great. What freedom? Isekai yourself into another world where all the girls are 12-year-old elf children who are all your sister, or whatever the fuck is topping the seasonal charts this fucking season, okay? Okay? Fucking the idea that listen, games are about having objectives and completing them. Frankly, that's all of life too. But games specifically, you're like, no, I like to make my own fun. Yeah, that's because the game gives you a framework with which to have that fun. Gary's Mod, perfect example. Does Gary's Mod have objectives? No, but you set goals for yourself. The quality of those goals, the excitement that people feel, I think, is in large part a product of how interesting the tools that you can use to achieve those goals are. Gary's mod gives you no objectives, but it also gives you the ability to make a lot of really funny shit. And people can make gameplay modes that do have objectives. Minecraft is another perfect example. There are some goals in Minecraft. There are achievements, and there's the end dragon and blah, blah, but for the most part, they're self-created. Now, the question is, how good of a job did No Man's Sky do with giving people goals? Well, apart from reaching the center of the universe, which everyone knew was a time waster from the get-go, you go to a planet, you walk around, there's some procedurally generated dog shit, you mine your shit with the and then you go to your ship and you do it again. There's essentially nothing interesting at all that was presented in the original version of the game. I don't know much about how it is now, so I can't speak to it. But in its original version, what we quickly found was that go anywhere and do anything actually is really fucking boring. It's good to have like mechanics to engage with or systems to engage with. But if you guys really just want to play like a sim where you can play as a character in a big universe and do lots of stuff, you guys know for an absolute fact that like Starfield or whatever it's called is just going to be Skyrim, right? Like at some point you may do a big epic quest line to free the galaxy of some big corporation or do a thing or lead a revolution, but you know there's going to be like a couple of factions, and if you become the head of a faction, you get like, I don't know, a title or a bunch of money, or maybe you get access to like a special ability where you call in support troopers or whatever. But apart from that, you could finish the entire game, do all that crap, and you're still just one guy running around with your gun. You're going to go into fucking caves and shoot people and get the loot or whatever. Like, it's not really an RPG, you know? In a real RPG, there would be meaningful changes to the gameplay based on the decisions that you've made, but we know what this is going to be. We know what this is going to be. Wish we got more RPGs like Baldur's Gate. Yeah, that's what RPGs originally meant. RPGs used to be games that were about role-playing and decision-making. Not just games that have stat and level mechanics added on top of, like Skyrim doesn't have an RPG. No, it doesn't. You can choose the Nords or the Empire, and and there's a couple of you can choose whether to be mean when talking to people or what. It doesn't. There's not really. There's one path basically, maybe one or two branches. Whereas Baldur's Gate 3 or other games like Divinity Original Sin 2 or whatever, I mean, you're really doing RPGs. You're really making choices here. I don't know anything about it. Nick is my name. All right, I got to wrap this up. I have an interview at 5 for a student project, I think. Oh, fuck. More donos. Shit. Yeah, fuck. I think I have to do these donos tomorrow, guys. I think that some of these super chats weren't grabbed. Maybe they were? Looks like it missed a few of them. No, it seems like it. Wait, did it get all of them? Beefless Stew, thanks to $5. Noble Mains are back in Seattle's Tractor Tavern on the evening of 9/7. Hey, don't use my stream to advertise. Good lord. Lily Ten Shoes, thank you for the 20 Canadian. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Balthazar228, thanks to $5. My chickens are trying to unionize. I try to explain they already work in a worker coop, but they won't listen. Nice. Fucking meme. Sally Thompson, thanks to $2. I added the Billy Bragg's thing to my gigantic like watch/playlist, but I get a lot of requests to look at stuff, so it might be there for a bit. I just like your thoughts. It's the lyrics. Sam Cedar likes it. I'm almost certain that I'd like the lyrics, but I'm also almost certain that I wouldn't like the song because it's not Caravan Palace. Still Alive and PP, thanks to $5 both. I've played Signalis. It's excellent. Alice Payne, thank you for the 5. I hope for your sake Starfield is okay. Naomi Chance, the $2. Skyrim's soundtrack was good at least. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, my criticisms of Skyrim are largely a writing and mechanical one, not of the music. Shadow Angel, the $5. Got a functioning over 2,000 big mod list in Skyrim. It's my favorite game to do stuff, and I love the community. Whatever floats your boat, whatever you take to. God willing. I'll finish. I'm sorry. The rest of the donations are currently on the site, and I will give them a look tomorrow during the next stream. I genuinely have to go. I'm going to throw you guys over to my very good friend. I'm going to throw you guys over to Nekosaurus, who seems to be doing a subathon. It's been a while since I've done so. Throw you on over to my cat girl friend. I don't know the specific dynamics and how they're referred to, but Cirrus is cool. Have a good time, guys. Be nice to Cirrus. I'm going to see you all tomorrow, and I hope you take care.